Okay. And I am going to go to speaker view. Welcome. This is Improv for Everyone, Half Circles and Lines. And to give you a little bit of an origin story on this class as people continue to come in, I teach a class called Stitching Towards Discovery, and we do a thing I call the Big Ta-da, where the students present their portfolios. And so when we do that, I expand my Zoom account so that I can have 500 people. And when I did that, I thought, well, why don't I offer a class, an improv class, very inexpensive, half-day class, and just share like one technique. And so the first time we did that was caves and canyons and caves, which is a variation on the log cabin block. And you know, it went well. We had some signups. This was 2021. Is that right? Yes. And then no, 2022. And then in 2023, this past summer, then I thought, oh, you know what? I'm going to call this Improv for Everyone. And that's the sort of overarching name of this class, and offer it twice a year for a very inexpensive amount for all budgets. And then, so we did that this summer, and there were some interesting things that happened because I was not at home. But I am at home this time, and this is the third session. So we've done Improv for Everyone, Canyons and Caves, which is a version of a log cabin block. And then this summer we did Pieced Pods. And right now we're doing Half Circles and Lines. So welcome to the class today. And as you come in, it would be great if you can change your name to your first and last name. That's super helpful, as it allows Elizabeth and I to know who you are. And the last name is really about the fact that there are a lot of people with the same first names, and it's just helpful. So other than that, a couple of housekeeping things. This is a huge class. Be careful what you wish for. I had no idea. The idea is to offer a really inexpensive class that covers one technique. And a lot of you, I guess, were interested. So thank you for signing up. The class is recorded. The recording will be made available as soon as possible, but probably not until tomorrow. And the way that we're going to conduct this is that you are automatically muted as you come into the classroom. There's just too many people to do it otherwise. That way you don't have to worry about whether you're muted or not. And if you do have a question, what I'd like you to do is and I'm not sure where it is on a phone, but on a computer, it's down at the bottom. It's a little chat bubble and it says chat. And that is how we're going to communicate. So if you have a question, you're going to type it in the chat, and Elizabeth Berger, who we'll talk a little bit more about in a minute, who is my assistant and the moderator for our class, will monitor that chat, and she's going to let me know if you have a question. So you can actually type the whole question into the chat, or you can just say, I have a question, if it's too complicated to put in the chat. But that's the method we're going to use. We're not going to use the raising your real hand or your fake hand, because there's just too many people to see that. But Elizabeth's going to keep her eye on the chat the whole time, and all questions will be answered. I always start out with a slideshow, and I've got the agenda in the slideshow. So that's what we're going to do now, is we're just going to move right into the lecture, essentially, just so you guys know what's going to happen. Lecture, questions, short break, demo, more questions, and then we'll wrap it up with some show and tell. Okay, so here we go. Elizabeth, you moderate, you check in the chat. We got anything in the chat at this point?
We're good.
We're good. Okay. Now I gotta find my lecture. Yeah, I think the other thing about using the chat and having your proper name. So if you ask a question and you are iPhone, it's going to be really hard to figure out who asked the question, and that may be important. So another reason to put your name, to name yourself your real name. Okay. So, improv for everyone, half lines and circles, half circles and lines. Okay. And these are all the units that we're going to be talking about today. They're all variations on this half circle. And yeah, it's pretty amazing. I'm very excited about this unit personally. Okay. So I had to slide in before I knew that Elizabeth, who's much more technologically savvy than I am, figured out how to mute everyone. So you're muted, and Elizabeth and I are not. And yeah, so we're going to use the chat for questions, and you are muted. And you, Elizabeth will unmute you if you need to talk. Okay. All right. Some of you may not even know, you may not know who I am. So my name is Maria Schell, and I am a quilter and a teacher and a writer and a lecturer, all things quilty. This is me in my little sort of, I call it my plein air studio. As you can see, there are holes in the wall. Fortunately, I learned I can't teach in this particular environment as much as I love it, because Elizabeth and I had a bit of a disaster where there were mosquitoes the size of my thumb were attacking me because there are holes in the walls. But this is my studio out in McCarthy, Alaska, where I spend a good amount of my summer. And yeah, so this is my website, that's my Instagram. And this is Elizabeth Berger, who has a much nicer photo than I do. Elizabeth is my moderator, assistant, Facebook coordinator, student enrollment, a whole slew of things that she does. And she is the person that if you have technical questions today, that you can text her, or not text her, but send her a message in the chat. She's going to be doing all the technical stuff so that I can teach the class and not worry about those things. All right. We need to be very nice to Elizabeth. Okay, so I'm just putting this out there. A couple of little things. The inner critic. I know that a lot of you are probably new to improvisational piecing, and anytime you're learning something new, there's a learning curve. So one of the things that happens when we're learning, and I don't understand why, but we are mean to ourselves. We say mean things. There's this voice in our head that, it's like, you can't do that. Oh, that's terrible. Why are you trying to do this? You should just be scrolling on your phone or watching TV. You shouldn't be trying to learn something new. This is too hard for you. La, la, la. So what I've found is that inner critic does not enhance the learning process, nor does it make you a better quilter. Does it make you learn faster? It actually does nothing to enable you to participate in this process. And I should also say that when you're learning something new, your body actually has this, it feels weird. And it's just your brain and your body like trying to get with the program and acknowledging that, yeah, something different's going on. You're trying to learn something. So if you can just be aware of that you may feel uncomfortable, you may be negative talk. And I want to encourage you to flip that switch off on the negative talk and try to be nice to yourself and also nice to everybody else, right? I was going to put in a little sign here that says like, this is a no snark zone. So we just are going to try and be kind to ourselves and to each other. We are in exploratory mode, which is, I think, super exciting. Okay, so in keeping in the spirit of that, I thought maybe I would have a few quotes about positive attitude. Having a positive attitude isn't wishy-washy. It's a concrete and intelligent way to view problems, challenges, and obstacles. You can often change your circumstances by changing your attitude. Be positive. Your mind is more powerful than you think. What is down in the well comes up in the bucket. Fill yourself with positive thoughts. So we're going to start on a positive note. Okay, this is an observation. I've been teaching, and I've actually been teaching with Elizabeth virtually since like September of 2020. So that's 3 years. So crazy. 3.5 years. And one of the things I found or I've noticed, and I'm not looking at you right now. I've got the screen is just so that you see me talking and you see what's on my slideshow. So I can't see you right now. Elizabeth might be able to see you, but I found that if I start looking at you folks, I will get distracted and I'll wonder what you're eating or what kind of dog you have. And so I just am focused on my lecture. I know, especially for those of you who have been doing improv for a while, that you are probably antsy to get stitching and that you think, well, I'll just sew while Maria's talking. And I'm sure there's a portion of you out there that that'll work just fine for. But those of you who are new to this notion of improvisational piecing, I want to really encourage you to focus on the lecture, because that's going to give you the best straight up information. And if you are trying to multitask by also cutting and sewing or pressing or doing, scrolling on your phone, whatever, that you probably aren't going to hear what I have to say. So you signed up for the class, and I know you all want to get the most you can out of the class. And one of the paths to doing that is to not multitask. And I, over the years, have really come to believe this 100%. There are certain tasks I can do. I think there's 3 of them. I can quilt on my long arm machine while I listen to a podcast or a book. I can talk on the phone while I fold laundry, and I can knit while I watch TV. And that's the extent of my multitasking. I just feel like it's much better to concentrate on one thing. You're going to absorb more. And as this little slide shows, you're going to have a happier brain. It's win-win. Okay. The structure for this workshop. I'm going to start out as I always do. I call it public service announcements, but you might want to call it infomercial. It's just a little bit about my teaching schedule. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what improv is and what I think is improv is, as opposed to maybe what someone else thinks of it as, because you may have studied with other people. And I think we're a big tent and there are a lot of different ways to do improv, but this is the way I do it. It's very unit based, and it's also very based on being a fine crafts person. That's really important to me. We're also going to talk a little bit about selecting a palette, and then we're going to move right into the meat of the workshop, which is the half circles and line. And these are the units that we're going to cover. We're going to cover the basic half circle, half circles in a square or rectangle, half circles with line. And then I say this: a pizza is a pie made with line, and a pizza is a pie made with shape. And I'll explain more about that later. And then the last units are stack. And this should be camels and caterpillars. And then we're going to take a break, and then I'm going to come back and demo. And this is the point really where, if you are pretty comfortable with the information shared in the lecture and you want to get sewing, that's really the point where you're going to start sewing. And some of you are just going to do your own thing. Some of you are going to, what I call parallel play. You're going to stitch what I'm stitching. And then some of you are just going to watch. And in between these different things, there will be opportunities to ask questions. Right now, if you have a question, put it in the chat, and then Elizabeth will let me know if it's something that really needs to be discussed during the lecture. Otherwise, we're going to hold off on the questions till after the lecture. And then during the demos, Elizabeth is really just going to be reading the chat and asking me questions the whole time. So I'm going to be demoing and answering questions sort of simultaneously to the best of my ability. And then at the very end, we'll take a few minutes, depending upon how the demos go, to sort of share our work and any final sort of closure comments. Okay, I'm going to grab my water bottle. I find when I talk a lot, my throat gets a little dry, and then I start coughing, which we don't want. Okay. Back when this whole thing, when COVID happened, I started teaching virtually, I started this workshop group. It's called the Maria Shell Workshop Group. It's on Facebook, and it has a dumb name. Maybe I should change the name, but whatever. It is a group for my students to hang out. So I kind of think of it as a student clubhouse. It's not really a place where you're going to get comments from me. It's a place for you guys to interact with each other and share work. As I like to say, there are really two topics in this Facebook group. One of them is quilts that you've made or units that you've made from taking a workshop with me. And the second topic is quilts that you've made using techniques. So it's quilts you've made in workshops plus quilts you've made using techniques. Maybe you made them outside of the workshop. So it's a place for you to share your improvisational piecework. It's a place for you to interact with other students. I love this group. If I'm feeling down, I like to go there because it is a very upbeat sharing. It's a snark free zone for sure, right? We like to keep things snark free. And the other thing about it is you got a link to it. It's a big group. I think it's up to 1,600. Not that 1,600 people are active. People, I think, tend to be most people are active when they're taking a workshop with me, and then they may, sort of fade to the background, and then, take another workshop with me. They become active again. It's a great place to ask questions and get support from other people who maybe have been doing improvisational quilt making longer than you. I do want to stress this, that in order to get into the group, you have to answer the questions. And the questions, one of them's kind of silly. The other ones are relevant to Elizabeth and I because they are confirming that you are going to follow the rules of the group. And those rules are really no snarkiness, right? Stay on topic. This is a supportive improv quilting group. Share work that's relevant to workshops and other improvisational piecing. Do not take other people's images and act like they're your own, or take people's images without really, ask, right? And then the last thing to know is that I will be using, I should say, I may use images that you have posted in the Maria Shell Workshop group to share with my students and on social media. The other really cool thing about this group is if you go to this, if you click on media, so this is the home page. Elizabeth changes the banner out on a regular basis, which is really cool. You get to see it's always a student work, right? So you click on media, which is going to take you to this page, and then you're going to click on albums. And what that does is Elizabeth has taken, anytime someone posts a finished quilt, so these really should just have finished quilts in these albums. You say you're interested in Game of Improv, which is this really fun class that I teach that's all about being a game. We spin the wheel, we roll the dice, we spin the wheel. Your color palette is based on your name. It's very fun. You can click on it and see all these quilts that are made by students in those classes. So it's a great way to see what other classes are about that I teach. A couple of other announcements. Sarah Bond, Cindy Grisella, and I team teach a workshop for Madeline Island School of the Arts, and it's called a mega workshop. That's what Madeline Island calls it. And Sarah and I have worked together 2 years, and then this year Cindy joined us, and we are teaching again in 2025 on Madeline Island. We're giving everybody a lot of notice. Put it on your bucket list. The location is incredible. And one of the things that has come out of Cindy, Sarah, and I teaching together is that we meet once a month on Instagram. We do an Instagram live and it moves around. So this next time it's going to be on Cindy's Instagram, which is at Cindy Gristella Quilts, Wednesday, January 31st, 2024 at 4 p.m. East Coast time. And we typically have a topic. Last time our topic was finishing techniques, and it was so good. We answer questions and we really just get in the weeds on quilting, especially improvisational quilting and building with units, which is something that we all share in common. Okay, I am traveling quite a bit this year, so I do not have a lot of virtual workshops coming up. I have two. One of them is Round and Round. It's Medallion Quilts Improv Style. And that is a 4-session workshop. We meet 6 to 9 p.m. East Coast time, and the sessions are recorded. The class is capped at 36. Elizabeth is our moderator. Things go really smoothly. And I love this format because we're going to meet once a week for 4 weeks. And if you are committed and stay on task, you'll end up with a finished quilt. This is a new workshop. And I say new because back in the day, before I became an improvisational quilt maker, I used to teach a medallion, kind of a round robin class back in Valdez, Alaska, many, many, many years ago. So we're going to be covering how to fit things together improvisationally, how to build out units, different types of medallion structures, lots of good information. Okay. And then I have kitchen sink quilting, which I haven't taught in a long time. I love this class. It's a 2-session class, 2 Saturdays in a row. And what we do is you work from leftovers. So all of these sort of leftover blocks and units and strip sets, we take them and we build these really amazing quilt compositions with them. There's something super liberating about working from leftovers. And you learn a lot about off the grid composition, which is I call it all over composition or off the grid. And both of these are examples of that, where the units are not all the same size and you have to use filler, and there's just, there's tricks to doing it. And the arrangement, these are all student quilts. Love them. And it's really fun to see what happens when you work with just leftovers. Okay. And then I do have a class coming up with Mancuso. This is a virtual schoolhouse, Plaidtastic Plaids. There's still space in this class. I think the Pieced Pods workshop is already full. It was, but then Diana was maybe going to open it back up. So you can check, just Google Mancuso. And I should say at this point, all of this information, all the relevant information that I mentioned today, I'm going to put in the email that you'll get once class ends. So probably tomorrow, maybe later today, you're going to get an email that has the recording, and then it has all kinds of information, like, the iron I use, or different a blog link pack, like different things that you might want to remember from this class. And the last thing I want to tell you about, I think this is the last one, I'm going to Morocco, and I would really love it if you would join me. It's going to be amazing. We're going to be there April 13th through the 27th, 2024. It's through an organization called, and I'm going to say it wrong, so I'm not going to say it, Cultural Tours. And it is really heavily focused on textile and Moroccan artisan work. So we'll be traveling around Morocco, and we will be visiting with a lot of women who are textile artists and belong to cooperatives. We'll have a chance to learn what they do, as well as see the architecture and the markets and all those amazing things. We will be working on a hand sewing project. And we'll be talking a lot about how to take this inspiration and go home and use it to inspire original quilt compositions. So think about it. If you have questions, send me an email and let's talk about going to Morocco. Okay. If you want to know this information without taking a class from me, the best way to do that is to go to my website, which is mariashell.com. And this little screen is going to pop up. And if you populate it, you will be subscribed to my newsletter, which I have been sending out once a week. And I missed this week, but I've been doing a pretty good job of sending out every week. And the format for that is that I share a quilt. I usually share a quote, and then I will talk about the quote. So there's a little essay from me about things that I'm thinking about. I did one on QuiltCon rejection. I did one on Kansas City. Just different topics that I'm thinking about. And yeah, so if you want to, and then of course, kind of an update on my teaching schedule. And you can also just go to my website and look up mariashell.com/events, and that's going to take you to the area that has the workshops that I'm teaching. So it'll list the virtual workshops and it'll list the live workshops. So if it says virtual, that means that it's this type of workshop. And if it says live, that means it is in person. Okay. And I wrote a book, Improv Patchwork, Dynamic Quilts Made with Line and Shape. You can order it on Amazon, which get free shipping, or you can order it from C&T Publishing, who they're my publisher. Okay. And then just to wrap it up here, the next Improv for Everyone, which will be a similar format for $30. And I don't know the topic yet. I'm kind of leaning maybe to quarter log cabins, maybe triangles. I don't know. I haven't decided on the final topic yet, but it'll be very similar to this, and it happens in July. So if you like this class, put that on your calendar. Okay. What is an improvisational quilt? I like to use this quote. Comes from the Quilt Show, and I actually should probably check and see if they've changed their definition. And all of the things here that are in blue are kind of, I would say, I don't necessarily agree with. So I'm going to read you this definition, and I should also point out that there are a lot of definitions for what improvisational quilting is. I think of it kind of as a spectrum. There are people that are like, you just cut into the fabric and sew it up, right? That would be on one end of the spectrum. And then the other end of the spectrum, which is more closely to where I am, I exert quite a bit of control. Those of you who have continued to come into the classroom today, welcome. If you can, change your name to your first and last name so that Elizabeth can easily identify who you are. We're using the chat as the method for asking questions, which is the little thought bubble that says chat. So you are muted, and you, if you want to ask a question, use the chat. That's the best way. Okay. So an improvisational quilt is a quilt made without specific intention, a style of the modern quilter, which I would maybe disagree with because I think it's been around a lot longer than that. Most improvisational or improv quilts just begin. I also kind of disagree with that. Not with the concept necessarily, but grows out of improv piecing and develops as the quilter stitches. I like that idea. Each quilter has their own style, method, and motivation. While the quilter's approach will be referred to as improv piecing, often it is easy to tell the unique styles and approaches taken. Like improv piecing, there are no rules or boundaries, and it is much of a style as it is an attitude. So this is my take on that. which is just a little bit different. I think that, and I'll just read this, I guess. An improvisational quilt is a quilt made using a set of learned skills that prioritize cutting and piecing without a ruler and working with the materials at hand rather than purchasing new fabric or yardage. Improv quilting has been made popular by the modern quilters and is inspired by the quilt practices of several African American patchwork quilters, including the quilters of Gee's Bend. Improvisational quilts exist on a continuum that starts with complete improv, just stitching random fabrics together, and ends with, I'm calling it improv with intention, which can employ rules and parameters along with sketches and preconceived ideas. Each improv quilter has their own style, method, and motivation. So what I am sharing with you is my version of improv piecing. And, sometimes I like to do this where you just get words on a blank, big words on a blank screen. I think it's really important that we honor the craft of quilt making. And just because it's improvisational does not mean that we don't press or that we don't try to create beautiful lines when we cut. That there's a lot of things that I do that are about fine craft skills, but they also allow me to put these weird units together and still have a flat quilt, right? And we're going to talk a lot about that today, especially during the demo session. But the one thing I think that I do that maybe other improvisational quilters are not as fixated on as I am is this idea of shaping. And I think as a piecer, what we do is just super simple. We do the same thing over and over and over again. And there are certainly people that would find that process annoying, but those of us who like to piece find it very satisfying. And that is, we cut, we stitch, press, and then what I do is I shape my units. And shaping is different from trimming. And we're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. But first, I don't know, I've got this slide. So that's what we're going to do, is how to cut without a ruler. Okay. Basic little tips about cutting improvisationally, which would also be the same as cutting without a ruler. When you use a ruler as a traditional quilt maker, there are several jobs that ruler does. And it took me a long time to sort this out. I used to think, like everyone does, a ruler is a unit of measurement, and that's what we're doing with it. Well, that's only one of the things that we do with a ruler. We also use a ruler as a straight edge, and we use it as a weight, right? It holds our fabric in place so it's not scooching around. And it is a source of control for cutting. Like, it's easier to cut when you've got a ruler to bump your rotary cutter up against. So each one of those jobs has to be outsourced. And these are how I outsource them. For measuring and the straight edge, I use the lines on my mat. For the weight, you use your non-dominant hand. And for source of control, you smooth with the non-dominant hand. And you're going to see examples of that. And the other thing that I would say is that it's a whole upper body experience, because you don't have that ruler to sort of control things. The rest of your body has to be involved in controlling the fabric. So you're going to move, you're going to bend from your waist. You're going to smooth with your non-dominant hand. You're going to hold your fabric with your non-dominant hand. And you just have to concentrate. It's not sloppy. Actually, you have to think. It's much more, involves more of you than when you use a ruler. Okay. And I want to say, go slow. It's not about speed. It's about grace. Oh, we already saw that. Oh, we saw that too. What did I do here? Did I really have those things twice? No, I went backwards and then forwards. Okay. All right. So at the sewing machine, This is my trusty 640. I've had it forever. Currently the zigzag is not working on it, which is a little disconcerting, means I have to take it into the shop. But these are things that some of you may not know. And they are all things that can help you be a better piecer, whether you're piecing improvisationally or not. And most of these things are on most machines, unless you've got an old mechanical machine, and there's still ways around it, right? So the first thing is straight stitch needle plate, and that's a needle plate that only has a hole. It doesn't have, when you've got a zigzag, if you've got a machine that does a zigzag, the hole where your needle goes into the throat plate is big. And if it's big, that is a lot of wiggle room for corners and little bits of your piecework to get jammed down into your machine. If you've got a straight stitch plate, that's going to alleviate that problem. Those of you who don't have a straight stitch plate, get one. They almost every machine you can purchase a straight stitch plate if it does not come with a straight stitch plate. Freehand system. The freehand system is basically, if you follow my cursor, I'm in the lower right hand corner. That's that bar right here. And what I want to encourage you to do is to train yourself so that you use your left foot for the pedal, right? And then use your right knee for this freehand system. And what the freehand system does is that if you push it with your knee, it's going to lift up your presser foot. And if you use that, then you don't have to move your hands. Your hands can stay on your fabric, and that increases the control that you have. Needle down. Most machines now have the option for you to tell the machine that when you stop sewing, you're going to stop with the needle in the down position. If you have an old mechanical machine, I have several Bernina 930s, and if they are completely mechanical, they can't have any computerized component, but if they're completely mechanical, then you can have the machine, you can take it in to be serviced, and you can say, service person, can you please change my setting on my mechanical machine so that instead of the needle always ending in the up position, it always ends in the down position. And that is super helpful, because again, it comes back to the fact that if your needle is ending in the down position, you don't have to move your hands to manipulate things. So if I don't have my needle in the needle down position, I'm going to have to go over to the flywheel and adjust. I'm going to turn the needle down, and that just means my hands leave the fabric, which means I have less control. Okay, stiletto is really important. You'll see me use my stiletto a lot today, primarily with curved piecing, but I also use it when I've got a lot of bulk, when I have a lot of seams that are all together. I might use that stiletto to push those seams down so that my machine has an easy time going over them. A 1/4 inch foot without a phalange. If you guys like the phalange for your straight piecing, that's fine. But if you're working without a ruler, you're going to have organic lines to your piecing, especially because today we're doing half circles. That phalange is going to get in your way. The left hand controls the top fabric, right hand controls the bottom fabric. And in this case, because we're working with curves, and I can never remember this, but I've written it down here. Convex curve next to the feed dogs, or the circle part, always the circle part. Now, this one I've got under the sewing machine right here is a braided curve, which is a little tricky because it goes from concave to convex to concave. But essentially, if we were working with half circles, which we're doing today, you're going to put the half circle next to your feed dogs. Just remember that. And then you're going to go slow, and you're going to see me demo that today. Okay. Pressing is something that I'm a little obsessive about. This is what my pressing station looks like. I've got wool padding on my ironing board. I've got an iron that produces a maximum amount of steam. I have snips. I have tweezers. The tweezers are, if you unsew, it's a great way to pick your threads. And then these are clappers. Clappers are wooden, and now they're kind of becoming super popular, right? Like there's all these woodworkers that are making these gorgeous clappers. They are what you do. The reason you'd use a clapper is if you've got a lot of seams and things are really bulky, you're going to press those seams, you're going to steam them, and then you put the clapper on top and it traps the steam and it flattens it out. Wood, it has to be wood because the moisture from the steam needs to sort of be absorbed into the wood. If you use metal, that it's just going to give you a wet piece of fabric because the steam's not going to have anywhere to go. So it has to be wood. You can buy a beautiful fancy one. You can use old school clappers. For a while, these were my favorite clappers. You can't get them anymore. The thing I liked about them, I like the shape, I like the weight, and I like this wool on the top, which if you iron your seams open, that can be really handy. I do not iron my seams open. All right, so there's my iron, there's the clapper. These are things I like about my iron. I want it to be super, super hot. Ideally, it does not have an auto shut off, but good luck finding one like that, unless you get an old iron. Continuous steam. By continuous steam, it's an iron that goes like that, continuous steam, and it's comfortable to use. You don't want one that's super heavy. And if your arm starts hurting, well, take a break, stretch your arm. Right. Okay. A little bit about pressing beyond the tools. So I've cut my strips. They are organically cut, meaning without a ruler. This is my 5-step pressing system, which we don't use so much when we're doing curves. But for those of you who are new to improv, you might find this useful, especially if your units are not laying flat. Like this is, you can iron however you want to if your units are looking beautiful and they're flat and everything is lovely. But if they're not, maybe I'm throwing this out there. Maybe you'll try this. You're going to set your seam, which means you're going to press it with the fabric like this, right? Just like it was when you sewed it, right? So that's the first. And then you're going to press it open and you're going to try and put that seam towards the darker side if you can. It is not always possible with the amount of piecing that I do. So I don't get super hung up on that concept. I also have come to the conclusion that I am not going to get a ribbon if I have shadowing, but I have decided I'm okay with that, right? So you have to make that decision yourself. And there are tricks for hiding shadowing and that sort of thing. Maybe don't ever use white fabric. That's a lesson I keep learning over and over again. So you're going to press it towards the seam, towards the darker fabric. So that's number 2. Number 1, you're going to set your seam. Number 2, you're going to open your piecework up. You're going to open it up and then you're going to press the seam towards the dark fabric if possible, not get hung up on it. Then I like to flip it over and see what it's doing on the back side and make sure that I don't have any flipped seams. Just so I like my backs to look beautiful too. Then, and this is not the best visual for that, then I flip it over again and I iron from the front. And then the last thing, step number 5, would be to iron the entire unit. And that is actually what I want you guys to take away, because a lot of people, I've noticed it. The story is I was teaching live this years ago, and I don't want to say harp, but maybe I harp on pressing, and my students are like, I'm pressing, and I was like, well, okay. And I was watching them. I was like, all right, I do see that you are pressing, but your units are not flat and beautiful. So where is the disconnect? And what I realized is that students were not ironing the entire area around their seam, which was resulting in distortion and rumpling and all kinds of things that you don't really want happening with your unit. So highly recommend press the whole area around the seam that you just stitched. And then you'll get beautiful flat seams that are lovely. Okay, a little bit about shaping, which I mentioned before, right? We cut, stitch, press, shape. Shaping your block. Shaping is simply using your rotary cutter without a ruler to gently cut away any ugly bits or lines. I guess that should say threads. It is a smoothing process that leaves your units looking beautiful and makes your units easy to work with. I shape, because not only am I getting rid of ugly bits like little dog ears or threads, but I'm also, if I have a poorly cut line, why not recut it, right? Shape it. Bits of thread, points of fabric I don't want, adding bulk to my units. So shaping is not making the units the same size. I want to repeat that. Shaping is not making the units the same size. Shaping is not done with a ruler. Shaping is not about size. Shaping is about shape. You're just making your units beautiful. And then I think I could do like an entire photo essay on shaping. I've taken so many photos of examples of me shaping my work. So these units have been shaped, and this is the leftover. These units have been shaped. See how beautiful they look. And that's what I got rid of, which is hardly anything, but it makes a huge difference. More shaping. Here's an example. And I should say part of why this is here is that sometimes I shape all four sides and sometimes I only shape one side. It's a case by case situation. So I just want my units to be beautiful. More shaping. See how lovely they look? So good. Okay. All right. Now we're going to talk about color for a very few minutes. I think I gave you several options for your palette today. If a lot of times when I work with students, I encourage them to do this, which is you're going to pull a palette that has a variety of colors, including neutrals, and a variety of values, and a variety of intensities. And then the final thing is each color holds its own, which has to do with high contrast quilt making, which my work tends to be very high contrast in that I do not want one color to attach to another color. I don't like that because it reduces the graphic quality. Okay, we'll just revisit each of these briefly. I want to encourage you folks to use neutrals, black, white, gray, and brown. The reason I like that, or that I encourage students to do that, is that I think it adds a level of sophistication to your work. And I don't know how many students have said this to me, but it's a lot. They're like, well, Maria, you don't really use neutrals. And I will say, yes, I do. Look at my quilts. They may not be the dominant colors, but I'm always using gray and brown and black and white because it adds a level of sophistication, and it's just a really good thing to do. Now, values. If you have all the same values, so if you look at this color wheel, these colors are essentially all the same value, and value is the lightness or darkness added to a fabric. So if you think about blue, a light valued blue would be baby blue. A dark valued blue would be navy. If you have fabrics, if you've chosen a palette and all of the colors are of the same value, then the only way that not only, but the dominant way that you can create contrast is through color. You can't use value. If everything's the same value, it's going to be harder to develop contrast between your different pieces of fabric. So I like to vary the value. It also, like adding neutrals, ups the sophistication of your work. Then a variety of intensities, which is really about the amount of gray, or, I mean, it's more complicated than that, but simplified version is that when you add gray to a color, it flattens it out. And I say that people, that you have a propensity as a quilt maker. There are those of us who love the fully saturated, high intensity colors. And then there are those of us who love the muted, grayed out, oftentimes hand dyed, sort of mottled fabrics, right? So those would be two ends of the spectrum. One end of the spectrum, You don't want any grayed out fabrics. The other end of the spectrum, all you want are grayed out fabrics. And I will say that when you, and to think about this, where do you land on that spectrum? I personally am a high saturation, high intensity fabric person. And that's fine. But if you overdo it, you're going to end up with the Crayola crown box, and you're going to end up like with your quilts looking very much like children's blankets. If you are in the other end of this, on the other end of the spectrum, where you really love those flattened out, sort of mysterious, dulled fabrics, you, if you're not careful, can end up with a quilt that's kind of boring and maybe ugly, right? So if you're in the high intensity camp, it's another reason to add neutrals. It's another reason to add flattened out or dulled colors to your palette. If you're in the grayed out camp, adding a little bit of bright, a little bit of spark, a little bit of primary colors can add interest to your quilt. So just think about that as you select your palette. The other reason why I encourage people to do this sort of full palette exercise where you have eight colors from the color wheel and then 4 neutrals, is by that process reveals to you where your color prejudices exist, right? So if you are supposed to have pink in your palette and you go to your fabric stash and you have no pink, that tells me that you are actively boycotting pink. And it may be for psychological reasons. It may, you may not like pink. But I want to encourage you to think about maybe adding some pink. Pink, brown, and gray are often the colors that people have the most aversion to. And by me saying you need to have all those colors in your palette, it forces you to become aware of your color prejudices, and it forces you to try and work with them, and sophisticated and unusual things are going to happen if you do it. Okay, last thing is color holds its own, which I talked about briefly. Is kind of, it's this idea that from a distance, and this happens where you pick up, I think it happens a lot with purple and blue. You pick purple and blue, which are next to each other on the color wheel, and if you pick the same value, so you've got a say medium dark purple and a medium dark blue, when you sew them together, they start to act as one. They attach to each other, and from a distance, you cannot see your piecework. So I don't like that. And this, of course, is the world according to Maria, and this is how I use color. So you may be like, oh, yeah, that's all right. That's how Maria does it. I don't do it that way. And that's fine, right? It would be boring if everybody did things the way I did them. But if you want to have high contrast quilts that are graphic and bold, then you want to avoid that situation. So when I pull a palette, and if I determine I've got a weak link, maybe I love this one green and it is very similar to my blue. Well, the solution is, there's a couple of things. One, you can't have a bunch of weak links and expect to get a high contrast, highly graphic quilt. So you need to limit the number of your weak links. And then the other thing is that don't put those weak links together, right? Like, keep them separated for as long as you can. And that is going to give you high graphic quality, high contrast, high graphic quality quilts. Okay. And that is just a little bit more language along the same, talking about the things that I was just talking about. Okay. And I love this color wheel because it has neutrals in it, which is kind of a funny story. Many, many years ago, I was teaching a class, and, shame on me, I have come to the conclusion over the years that if students are doing things, or I want to say 95% of the time, if they're doing something incorrectly, It usually has to do with the instructions that I gave, and which has forced me to hone my language, hone my supply list, hone my lectures. So in this particular class, the supply list said, bring a box of fabric, all the colors in the color wheel. So I get to class and people are arranging their fabrics, and I'm like, where are your neutrals? And student after student said, because they had read the supply list, they knew what I'd asked for. They said, there aren't any neutrals in the color wheel, Maria. And they were right. So now I say the color wheel plus neutrals. And then the other thing that happened is I said, bring a box of fabric. And I'm thinking, you're going to bring as much fabric as you can, right? So that box is going to be pretty big. Well, I had one student who brought, I want to say it was a toddler shoebox. And so she did not have a lot of options, but she did bring a box of fabric, which is what I asked for. Okay, so last little notes here. Use your stash. Wash your fabric. And I don't know, I didn't even realize this was a thing until I did realize that people had, somewhere in the past 20 years, people have stopped washing their fabric. I think it has to do with charm packs and jelly rolls. People got out of the habit, and now, you know, it takes time, it takes energy. Why do I wash my fabric? I think I have 5 reasons. Let's see if I can remember them. One is because I was raised that way, right? When I started quilting, we all washed our fabrics. 2, it removes the sizing, which is the chemical compounds that make it stiff and like be able to, you know, they can roll it up on a bolt. I don't particularly think of this as one of my reasons, but I have had students who've said it's one of their reasons, is that sizing, those are toxic chemicals. And for you to be working with them, especially if you're sensitive, you probably want to get rid of them. So, but the reason I get rid of sizing, which is a chemical, is because I want my fabric to drape. I want it to have flexibility, because I'm working with it improvisationally, and I want to be able to sort of tug on it and make it do things that I want it to do. What else? Oh, because I cut and piece multiple times, I get fraying. And if you are using a looser weave, like a Kona cotton, which has an amazing palette of colors and is at a reasonable price point, which are 2 pluses, but one of the negatives to Kona cotton is that it is a looser weave, which means it was more likely to fray. And the solution is, if you wash your fabric, it tightens that weave up just ever so slightly, and it reduces that fraying. That said, another reason to use a looser weave is that they're more flexible. Almost all of the units that I've made for this class, I was using hand dyes because I love hand dyes, but they're typically on a finer cotton and they have a tighter weave and they are harder to work with. So if you've got some looser weaves, this is the first time you've done improvisational piecing. If you got a fabric that has a looser weave, you might want to start with those fabrics. They're going to be more forgiving. They also are more likely to distort, but we'll talk about ways to deal with that. Other things about your fabric. I've gotten a little bit sidetracked here. Oh, excuse me one moment. I'm going to turn on, I thought I had this turned on, but I don't. And so my computer's going to die. Hold on one second. I did have it plugged in, but it wasn't charging. Okay. Why you wash your fabric? Chemicals, tightens up the weave. The hand feels better. It was the way I was raised, and it's less fraying. I think that covers everything. Okay. Lots and lots of steam. I've also started misting a little bit, especially when you're doing these kind of units, which are these half circles, which sometimes can be hard to get to lay flat. No starch at all, because starch is sizing and we just remove the sizing by washing. So don't really want to add it back. I did go through a hardcore starching phase in my life, but that was a long, long time ago. And then Those of you who have not changed your blade in a while, I'm going to recommend you do it. That's something you can do right now. Okay. Whew. All right, now we are going to look at these units. So this is this quilt that I made. I got a little carried away. I actually just made a quilt, right? These are all the units we're going to cover today. We're going to talk about the just basic half circle. We're going to talk about how to insert a half circle into a square or rectangle. We'll talk about half circles with lines. And then I kind of, there are two things here. And I use this language because it helps me. It was like a revelation to me that a circle, which I think most people, when they think about piecing a circle, they think about dropping it in to a background fabric. Carolina Onata she has a great on-demand workshop about how to do that. So if that's something you're interested in, I highly recommend that. And I can put that in the link pack that you'll get when you get the recording. But I don't want to do that. That's not particularly improvisational, and it's not the effect that I want. But then it's like, well, how do you piece a circle into the background? Well, if you think about a circle as being a pie, a pizza is a pie, then if you follow my cursor here, there is a point where it's a straight line, right? So if you do two halves, then you can sew the halves together and you get this circle. So we're going to talk about two pizza is a pie. The first one is made with line. The second one is made with shape. It's also a wedge circle. So this would be a pizza is a pie, right? Made of shape. And this is a pizza is a pie with line. And we're going to talk about both of those. And then the last thing that we're going to do, I thought I changed this, but obviously I didn't. Caterpillars and camels. So I think of this as camels, right? Like the humps on the camel back. And then this is a caterpillar. And those are two just sort of ways to put your half circles together. Okay, so the tale of a half circle, which would be the story of a half circle, right? So these are the just overriding over what would be arching. If there's only one thing that you take away, but there's more than one, but these are the big ones, right? So if you just think about always, these are relevant to making these half circles. And that is the tale of a half circle, the story of a half circle. You always start with a tail right here. See that tail? And then you're going to end up with a tail. This is essential to this method of construction. The steeper the curve, which would be this hump here, right? The steeper the curve, the longer the tail. And there is no mathematical formula for that. It's just that it's longer. If you've got a gentle curve, it's going to be littler, and you're just going to have to experiment. As part of improv is that we don't have it all lined up. And if you wanted it all lined up, then you could, go buy templates and then you can do it that way. So you will always begin and end with a tail. That's the takeaway. Always begin and end with a tail. I didn't know this. And one of the things I like to say is that I love teaching because I learn so much, right? I'm always learning from my students. It's very humbling. And this is my student, Diane Wold. Shoot, Diane could even be in the class today, but I want to give her credit for this. She took a lot of workshops with me during COVID, and her brain holds a lot of really good information in it. And she has, on more than one occasion, guided me through mathematical issues, geometry, whatever, with quilt making in a way that I can comprehend. I'm not particularly good at that kind of thinking, and Diane is. So she's the person that said, yo, Maria, you got to do this tail thing, right? Do the tail thing. And I'm probably going to get this wrong, but the part of how she explained it to me is that while these were cut to match, and you're going to see examples of that throughout this class, they are not the same curve, right? This is the inside of the curve, and this is the outside of the curve. And when you stitch them back together, there's just a little bit of excess. And if you start with a tail, it just makes life so much better. Because we'll go back here again. All right. if you don't start with a tail, what you're going to get is a lot of distortion up here. And I suppose I should have made a slide for this too. So there are three things here. One, you're always going to start with a tail and you're always going to end with a tail. Two, all fabric is right sides up all the time in this class. And if you're working with solid fabrics, you have to designate the right side up. If you're working with prints, it's easier to figure out. And then the third thing, which I forgot, and then I remembered. The third thing, and there isn't a slide, so you're just going to have to listen to me say this, is that always cut your units at least an inch bigger than what you want them to finish at, because of this distortion that's happening with this improvisational piecing. So the improvisational piecing is awesome because it allows you to make each one of your little half circles individually beautiful and different from the other ones. But there can be some distortion because you're cutting and piecing without pens and templates and rulers. You're doing it all freehand, freestyle, and there's going to be some distortion. So if you make your units bigger, you have room to cut them down. And you're going to see examples of that over and over again. All right, half circle. I'm going to check the time here. All right. When you make a half circle, you're going to, and this is just your basic 101 half circle. You're going to cut a half circle, and I'm going to live demo every single one of these things. I do like to do this. I don't know if it is helpful. I think it is, that I typically will do a slideshow of how to do this, and then I do a live demo. So here's the slideshow component of this workshop. Half circle. You're going to cut your half circle, and you're going to cut your background fabric. And you're going to make sure that that background fabric is at least an inch bigger. And depending upon what you want to do with it, you might even make it bigger than that. Okay. Then you're going to place the half circle on top of the background fabric, and you're going to cut. Sherry Lynn Wood calls this cut to match, which I think is a great descriptor. So I like to use it too. So I am cutting these to match so they fit together like puzzle pieces. Another, and I'm going to point this out more than once, but it's really nice if this edge isn't straight. You don't have to use a ruler, but it should be pretty straight here. And I'm going to line that circle up, the top fabric, right? I'm going to line this circle up with the edge of that background fabric. I'm going to cut it. And when I cut to match, I always cut into my top fabric just a smidge. It's kind of a security blanket thing. It just confirms to me that I actually cut both fabrics and that they do exactly match. This half circle here, and with I don't know, it doesn't bother me. It might bother some of you. The method I work with is I do not cut and swap. Like there isn't two background fabrics. Like I don't start with two rectangles. I start with the circle, I put it on top of the rectangle, which means I end up with another half circle, which I'll use somewhere I'll use it at some point. So that's why it doesn't bother me. Okay, now see how I've got my little tail, right? I pin it once, I pin it right here. You can, and I've experimented with it, and I know there are people that will, in this class, are going to suggest this to me, that maybe I want to make a registration mark here and I want to pin it. Like some people do a pin here, a pin in the middle, and a pin on the other end. Some people, what's the other thing people often do? Oh, they will sew from the center out and the center out. I don't do either. This is how I do it, right? So you can decide. As I said at the very beginning, there are all different kinds of ways to do this sort of improvisational piecing, and this is how I do it. At the sewing machine, you're going to sew the tail, and then you're going to sew onto the circle fabric, and the circle fabric is underneath. This is my stiletto. I'm going to use it to smooth my fabric, and basically a stiletto is a metal finger, and instead of putting my finger in there next to my sewing machine needle while it's running, because I don't want to sew my needle, I don't want to sew my finger, I'm going to put my stiletto in there, and that gives me a lot of control. I can use the stiletto to pick my fabric up because it's got a sharp point on the end, or I can use it to smooth, or I can use it to stabilize. There's all kinds of things you can use your stiletto for. That's what it's going to look like on the back. So notice this is the tail I started with. This is the tail I ended with. And I want to encourage all of you to be thinking about your tails. So I probably could have had a longer tail over here. And as I have practiced these units in preparation for this class, I've realized that, you know, I mentioned before that the steeper the curve, the longer the tail. And that I think your tail should, let's say we start out with about 3/4 to an inch of a tail, and you'll see as we go through these slides that the variations on my tail. So that's what it looks like from the back. Sometimes you'll get these little sort of, I call them a rumple, and a rumple happens oftentimes when you've got a tight weave, or when you're working with a tight weave and a loose weave. So say this yellow fabric is a Kona and this purple fabric is an art gallery, which is the tighter weave. They, I don't know, they have, sometimes it causes rumples because of the different weaves. Usually you can iron that out. Another thing that will occasionally happen, especially when you're a beginner, is you will piece into one stitch, there will be a little bit of excess fabric. And what I do, and I'll demo this today, especially if somebody reminds me or asks me, is I will take my finger and I will ease that little bit of extra thread of fabric out of the stitch. And so just the takeaway here is this may look a little wonky, but once you press it, you're gonna be able to shape it and make it beautiful, right? So that's the beginning tail, that's the ending tail. I end up with this distortion up here because of this improvisational piecing. I'm gonna clean it up. Now this is the cleanup, right? So if we go here, see how at the top I've got this sort of, it goes down like that, and I've got these tails. I'm just gonna come in and I'm gonna clean it up. Look at that, so beautiful. All right. Now this is half circle in a rectangle, which I think I kind of was a little more ambitious. This is a newer idea for me. And the original ones I did, which we'll go back here, are here, right? This is my unit. I had a rectangle and I put a half circle on this side and I put a half circle on this side. And then I put the line between them, which I like. I like how that looks. So then I thought, well, you know what if I just put a bunch of half circles in a rectangle? And this, I want to say this is more advanced. And I did have a little bit of a problem with getting it to lay flat. And I probably need to slow down a little bit. But this is what I wanted to do. So this is a rectangle of yellow fabric, and these are 3 circles that I cut. So this is not stitched together yet. So then I decided I'm going to do this one first, and maybe I should have done this one last. What I'm saying is I need to experiment with this unit some more. I haven't fully resolved it. So I'll demo it and we'll see what happens. I put in this one, right? Using the same method I used for the first half circle that I showed you. And this is what I ended up with, right? You can see there's some distortion, but I'm gonna clean it up. So I cleaned it up and then I inserted, and I'm gonna insert another one. And that I got more distortion. So the more information you're trying to put into that rectangle, the more distortion that's going to happen, and the more chances that it won't lay flat, right? And I think that a matter of practicing, and then maybe the solution would be, instead of doing this, right, which looks super cool, that I should have done 2 half circles into a background and then this one into a background, and then there'd be a seam right here. So I'd attach that to that. And you could just do, I could have done 3 half circles into yellow backgrounds and then stitch them all together to get this sort of configuration here, which is pretty cool looking. Okay, So I think this is where I was at. I got distortion. I'm cleaning it up as I go. And I mentioned this once before, but it's really important that you have that this is straight and that you put that half circle on so they match up like that. And I'm going to demo all of this. So that, I think this is where I ended up. And it lays, this is a rule for me. If I can get it to lay flat at the ironing board, I am comfortable with the unit. This one is a little questionable. I can get it to lay flat at the ironing board, but then when I take it back over to the cutting station, it is not perfectly flat. So I could cut into it some more. You know, if I came in and cut right there, that's going to release that excess fabric. So here is where I started, what I wanted it to look like. This is what it ended up looking like. And I will say this might be kind of an advanced technique, but that's good for those of you out there who are pretty comfortable with improvisational curve piecing. Give this a go and see what happens. Maybe we can learn something from your experimentation. All right, half circle with line. These are all half circles made with line. I think these are highly addictive. I also really love how they look. And I want to point out here, because you cut and piece each one of these individually, as opposed to stack and cut and swap, they all look different. And I like that. Like, I like the individuality of each and every one of these units, which is why I piece them the way I do. Okay, so we start out same place as we did before. You cut your half circle, you got your background fabric. It should be bigger than you want it to finish at. In this case, I know that I'm going to cut it down again, so it doesn't need to be huge. I've got it lined up here on the line. I'm going to cut it. I end up with this half circle, which I'll roll into something else. Then I'm going to piece it, got my tails. Then I'm going to shape it, and I'm going to shape it into a line. So this becomes, some of you might say waist, but I actually have this idea where you can take this, and we'll play with it today, but I think I can get wedges out of this background fabric, and then we can use them to make another circle. So I personally would like to kind of experiment with that. So there's my line. Then this is the background fabric again. And then I'm going to stitch it into that, right? And then I end up there. And then I attached it to a background. Sometimes you might come in with a ruler to make this all nice and straight. I tend to just use the lines on my mat. But if you're sewing the two half circles together, it may just make it easier for you if you come in with a ruler at this point and create a straight line there so that they easily butt up next to each other and then lay flat. So these are half circles made with line. There's two of them that are the same, and then I stitch them to each other. So here you get that line of turquoise that sort of floats. And then this one's got the red background. And then those are half circles made with line. Okay, a pizza is a pie made with line. There's two different types of pizza is a pie. And the first one is made with line. I'm sure there are actually way more than that, but these are the two we're covering in this class. So,
Maria?
Yeah.
Sorry. I know this is a lot of new information for many people, but maybe if you could go a little slower. And
Well,
I know you're going to demo.
Yeah, we're going to do the demo.
I know.
Is there some, do you want me to backtrack?
No, because I know you're going to demo and then everything's going to make sense. I just feel like if you could talk a little bit slower. If you could talk maybe a smidgy slower. Because I get you're on a roll. I'm sorry. I know you're on a roll.
So you want me to talk at 0.9?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Do I need to backtrack?
No, because you're going to demo and all questions will be answered.
Okay. So when I say a pizza is a pie, I just am saying that a circle right? If you have a circle and you cut it into quarters, or you cut it into pie shaped pieces, right? Or pizza shaped pizzas, that when you do that, you end up with a straight line going through the center of the circle, which allows you to sew two halves together. Here, this is the leftover information. And I'm going to go backwards here. We're going to look at this again. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. So if you come back here, this information, I was using yellow and brown, and I had leftover yellow circles underneath over here, right? These are the ones I cut out. So I put the brown on top of the rectangle, and then I cut it. And then underneath was this half circle, and there were some scraps of brown. So though I then took the half circle that's yellow and the scraps of brown, and I'm going to make a pizza is a pie made with lime. And so I have two here. I've got three half circles because that's what I ended up with, but I'm only going to use two of them because we're making a pie. So I've got two circles, and I'm going to put one circle on top of the other circle and use it as a template to cut them so that I'm going to make them the same size. So I did that off camera. So now I've got the two half circles that are the same size and some strips of background brown fabric. I actually had to cut another strip. This was not enough to make all my lines. Then the next step is, with this particular unit, everything's right sides up, because remember, there are 3 rules here. Always start with a tail, right sides up, cut everything about 1 inch bigger than what you want it to finish at. And I actually don't really think about, oh, I want this to finish at 5 inches. I just think, this looks good, right? And then sometimes that will backfire, and I will have to redo the unit because I discovered that it was not large enough. In the beginning, do not cut a 3-inch half circle and expect to be able to insert it into your background without a struggle. Bigger is better for beginners. Maybe I should make a little sign that says that. Bigger is better for beginners. Okay, I have taken, I'm gonna go back here. I got my half circles. I am going to cut down the center of the half circle, and I'm only going to do one of these at a time. So although I have 2 half circles, I'm not going to chain piece them. I'm going to do 1 half circle, and then I'm going to do the other half circle. If you think you can keep everything organized, go ahead and do both of them at the same time. Or another alternative is I get this one going, and that, to me, I stagger it so that I'm not at the same location with both half circles. Because what I don't want to happen is to get turned around and sew the wrong thing to the wrong thing. Okay, I cut it in half. I put my strip of fabric next to my my quarter circle, right? This is a quarter circle now. And this strip of fabric is bigger than it needs to be. And you notice how I have a little bit of a tail here and a little bit of a tail here. I am going to flip this fabric over on top of, I'm going to flip my brown strip over on top of my yellow quarter circle. And then I'm going to sew it. Then I'm going to press it. And at the beginning I mentioned, I spent some time talking about pressing. I personally think that it's important to press between, after every time you stitch something, you should press it. Not everybody agrees with me. If you can get your units to lay flat without doing that, go for it. But this is the system I use. Okay. Quarter circle. I've attached a strip to it. I intentionally, we're going to go back here for a second. I've intentionally made it a little bit longer than it needs to be because I'm going to trim it down. So now I've trimmed it down, I've made it skinnier, and I've made it flush with the curve of my quarter circle. Then I'm going to sew it to the other half. And you'll notice that one of the units in the sample is made like this. We've got 2 half circles, and you insert the straight line, and then you put a straight line here. We're going to do more than that because we're making a pizza is a pie. Okay, so now the next step is I'm going to cut into my half circle, and I'm going to insert another strip of fabric. Again, it's slightly longer than it needs to be. I'm going to sew it. I'm going to trim it, and then I'm going to sew it again. And then this is my, I didn't know it at the time, but obviously I was making a basketball. And depending upon how, like if I had cut, if you follow my cursor, if I had made my cut right here, the reason I didn't do that is because I didn't want a ton of bulk right there. As an experienced improvisational piecer, I'm okay with a lot of bulk. I know how to handle it. Basically steam and your clapper and trimming your seams if you need to. Reduce bulk in any way you can. But for someone who has not done this type of work before, if you cut a little further away from the center, you're going to disperse the bulk, and you get this kind of interesting, sort of interesting, the whole way that turned out. And it's funny, I did all of these photos at the same time, consecutively, in the same light, but look how washed out that one looks. Okay, so that is a pizza is a pie with line. This is a pizza is a pie with shape. This is how you do that. You're going to start with 2, actually, that is not a good slide right there. You can do it this way, but this is the way we're going to do it. Oh, no, here we go. Okay, what I did is I cut a circle of the blue and a circle of the red. And then I cut the circles in half. So that's going to give you 2 half circles in blue and 2 half circles in red. Then you're going to take the half circle and you're going to put, in this case, I've got the blue underneath the red. And you've got 2 of them with blue underneath the red. And then you're going to cut it into wedge shapes. And it doesn't matter if they're exactly symmetrical or not. Actually, I just realized something. Okay, erase that. I'm going to go back here. This is right. 2 half circles. Half circle in red, half circle in blue. Don't cut a whole circle. I mean, you can, but that's going to give you 2 pies, and we just want 1. So if you want 1 pie, you're going to cut 2 half circles, red and blue in this case, and you're going to put them on top of each other, and you're going to cut the wedge shapes. So these are your pie shapes. And then you are going to swap them so that you get 2 half pies, one of them that starts with red and one of them that starts with blue. And actually, these are not arranged right. And I ended up with this happening. Show it to you. So I need to rearrange that so that I get, you can see these here. Oh no, that one works. I had one where I didn't have them arranged properly. Well, I've lost it. Oh no, this one doesn't work. This is the right one. You see what happened here, right? Because I didn't have them arranged properly on my design, on my cutting board. So if I were to flip this one to try to attach it to this one, I would end up with two blues. It's actually black, two blacks next to each other. So you need to arrange them so that doesn't happen. Whoops. All right, then you're gonna, oh, here I've got it arranged properly, right? So go ahead and arrange it. So you got a full circle, you got a full pizza is a pie, and then you're gonna sew those halves. You're gonna sew a black to a red, a black to a red, a black to a red, a black to a red 4 times. And then you're gonna sew those two quarters, right? So the black and the red to the black and the red, being mindful so that you do not end up with what I ended up with, right? We don't necessarily want this. Although it doesn't look bad there. If this is your intention, great. But if it's not, if this is your intention, then do it this way. Okay, and then then once you sew those together, then you're gonna attach it to the background, and then you're gonna sew those together. Okay, camels and caterpillars. I'm just calling these camels, like a camel hump, and I'm calling these caterpillars. They're essentially the same thing. I did not get the slideshow done in time. I thought I could, and then I realized I can't. I can't do this work when I actually am logged in for Zoom. Anyway, I'll do a live demo on this, but I'm going to talk you through it right now. So these are half circles. And you make a bunch of them. They're all different, which is part of why I love cutting and piecing without a ruler. You see, I got these different shapes, right? And then what I do is where I'm going to attach them, which if you follow my cursor, I'm over here and I've got these yellow half circles, and I'm gonna, with a purple background, I'm gonna take my ruler and I'm gonna line it up so that it's a 1/4 of an inch from this edge of the circle, and I'm going to cut it, and then I'm going to stitch this next one on. And so it all has to do with that 1/4 inch seam, and the closer they are together, the more bulk there is. So I kind of like to have them float just a little bit because it reduces the bulk. And the same thing is true here, but we're cutting vertically instead of horizontally. And I'm going to do a full demo on that live. So to recap on all the slideshow, we did a half circle, then we did a half circle with curved lines, then we did a pizza is a pie made with line, and a pizza is a pie made with shape. And then we have camels and caterpillars. And I'm just going to double check my work here. We're going to do we get everything? Yeah, I think that's, oh, and then we did the inserting the curves into the background, which is probably the most advanced unit. Okay, so that is where we're going to end the slideshow. And we are going to see if Elizabeth is going to bombard me with questions.
You do have some questions. But I think you're covered in demos. How do you avoid flip seams when pressing?
Well, you press from the back. So you set your seam, then you press your seam open, then you flip it over. And if you have a flip seam, you fix it. And then you go back to the front and you press it again. And then, people aren't going to want to hear this, but if you end up stitching flip seams, the way I dealt with that is that every time I did it, I unsewed and re-sewed that flip seam. And doing that reinforces and makes you much less likely to create a flip seam. So it's kind of like the punishment means that you will stop doing it.
I know you're going to show them how you press when you do the curves.
Mhm.
Okay. How do you track the right side of your solid fabric?
Well, you're the boss of your fabric, so you're gonna say you lay it out and you cut it, and then you're like, okay, this whatever's right side up is the right side of the fabric. So when you cut the right, what's up, looking at you, that's the right side, and then you treat it accordingly, which is why when I teach circle and curve sampler, I make this big production about going in slow mo, because what people do, and probably going to happen in this class too, is you cut and then you grab your stuff and you run over to the sewing machine, you start sewing, and you're like, I don't know which side's the right side up. So you got to be mindful. And it's also why I flip and pin. That pinning, because I pinned them right sides together. So that means those are the right sides together.
And backtrack. Can you explain what a flipped seam is?
A flip seam is when on like right now, see that? No. Oh, well, that would be a flip seam right there. You see how that? I would fix that, right? See how it's flipped? I'm going to take my iron, I'm going to flip it over so it's all nice and flat. Now, if I had sewn it like that, I could ignore it, but what I've done and how I taught myself to not have any flip seams is that I'm going to unsew and resew it and make sure that my seam is not flipped. So flipped is just when your seam, so say you've got some of it going this way and then some of it going the other direction. That would be a flip seam.
And how is there a right side and wrong side for solids? An official?
No, not if it's a true solid. Now, if you're working with a grunge or some sort of fabric that it's a surface paint, right? So a true solid fabric, the threads that were used to make the fabric, the warp and the weft, or I don't know which one's which, but the warp and the weft, the threads going these two ways, right? That's how we get a fabric. They're the same color. So the right and the wrong, the front and the back are the same. So you have to decide which one's the front and which one's the back. But if you're working with a fabric that has, it's printed, where, let's see, I probably have something, it's got a print to it. So the wrong and the right side are not the same. You can tell that the wrong side is the wrong side. Okay.
Okay. Any advice for working with prints? Like basically working down your stash, getting rid of some of your prints. But how are you incorporating prints?
Yeah, so I love working with prints. I don't do it as much as I would like, and I don't teach it just and mainly because I like that really strong graphic quality. And if you're working with prints, that's harder to achieve. When I work with prints, what I'm looking for in order to get the strong graphic quality, I want two colored geometric prints, ideally. So things that are prints that actually have a high graphic quality to them. So for example, I'll just pull these fabrics out because they're right here next to me. Strong graphic quality, right? And when I cut it up, it's not going to say something else. It's going to say, I'm a stripe. I'm a stripe. Cut me up. I'm still a stripe. This fabric, which is also a stripe, but it does not have the same strong graphic quality. If I cut it up, I could end up with something that looks like this, right? Or something that looks like this. They're not the same. They don't cut up the same. So I would avoid using this fabric unless I were to fussy cut it, right? And get that like nice strip there. And if we have time, we can talk. I'm happy to do some demoing with some pieced fabrics if we've got time in the schedule this afternoon. Okay, so working with prints, you want to choose strong geometric prints, preferably smaller. And the reason for that is because when you cut up a smaller print, it's more likely to stay the same. It's not going to change. Whereas if you've got a big giant floral and you cut that up, you could end up with different colors in each one of your units, which is going to decrease the graphic quality.
Okay. When doing half circles, why not cut the inset half circle slightly larger than the hole you are inserting it into?
You could. I've experimented with that. That's just it. I haven't found, for me, that doesn't work as well as what I described. But if that resonates with you, then do that.
Okay. And I know you sew at 2.4 or machine default 2.5. Um, do you feel like there's more bunching if you use a smaller,
Mm.
like if I want to sew at 2?
Well, okay, so this is my take on this, on stitch length. I'm a Bernina person through and through. So I use the default setting on my Bernina, which is, Elizabeth can tell me, but 2.4, 2.5, whatever the default is. If you are on a different machine, you may have to change your stitch length. And this is what the reason the Bernina works fine for me and the default works fine for me. This is what I'm thinking about, is that I want a stitch that is small enough, that my seams are going to stay, right? And that if I have to unsew, which I do all the time, or if I am cutting, right? Like I cut through these seams in order to clean them up. So over here, like this seam here has been cut through on the edge because it wasn't straight, but now it is because I cut it. But I want this stitch to be small enough that when I cut into it, it's not going to pop. But I don't want it so small that when I unsew, I hate my life, right? So it needs to be big enough that I can easily unsew, but small enough that I'm not popping seams all the time. And that's how I decide what my stitch length is. That's how I do it.
All right, we are good on questions.
Okay, which is great because we're going to take a short break. And during this break, it's an opportunity for you to get a cup of tea or to get your fabric pressed and organized. And for those of you who are really comfortable, like, you've taken other classes with me or taken other improvisational um, classes, and you know what you're doing, like start doing it, right? And then for everyone else, I mean, everybody should start experimenting, but for those of you who maybe want a little more hand holding, then I'm going to come back and I'm going to demo all of these different types of half circles with lines. It's going to be awesome. And if we have time, we'll venture into a little bit of working with prints. Okay. So let's come back at the top of the hour-ish. Elizabeth and I do have to double check. We set everything up before class started, but a lot of times my phone, which is my camera on my sewing machine, turns itself off, whatever. So we're going to have to do this is a break, plus Elizabeth and I are going to get set up for the demos. Okay. All righty. I'll see you folks at the top of the hour. Okay. Elizabeth, if you check to see if we've got all the different.
Yeah, sewing machine is there.
Sorry,
Sewing machine is there.
sewing machine, and then we got the other. No, my.
Where do you want to be?
Yeah, right there. Okay. So, for everybody that's going to parallel play with me, sew along with me, we've got 3 different cameras going here, and hopefully everything will work super smooth. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is a half circle, just a plain old half circle. And I have all of these left over from other half circles. And as I mentioned before, a lot of these are hand eyes, which are harder to work with than commercial cottons. So I know this is a commercial cotton. This is a commercial cotton. I'm gonna make this first one using commercial cottons. So I've got my. Actually, we should start with. I'm gonna cut the circle so you guys can see it. Let me cut it.
Can you explain what you mean by commercial cotton?
Yeah, a commercial cotton is a cotton that you buy at the store. So it's commercially produced as opposed to a hand dyed, which would have been made by an individual. So these are all commercial cottons. This one's a hand dyed. Hand dyes tend to have a tighter weave, which means they're not as malleable as these guys are, which are a looser weave. It's funny, that's a pink, but it sure doesn't look pink. Let's see if I can get it to look pink. That kind of, okay, let me pick. What's it do when it's by itself? It's still kind of, try something else. All right. Huh, these are just looking really, this is a pure elements, which is also kind of a tighter weave. Okay, we're gonna go with these fabrics. Although that is bothering me. Let's see if I can find something that. Okay, so I have pretty much, once you start buying hand dyed fabrics, then that's what you want to use all the time because they're so beautiful. But these commercial fabrics, which would be fabrics you buy at the fabric store, looser weave, easier to work with, especially when you're learning curves. This is a little trick of mine. You can see it right there. As you start to build your solid fabric collection, if you are interested in doing so, one thing that you might want to do is when you get your recording, the copy of the recording, there's going to be a link pack. There's going to be 2 link packs. One is called M-Shell Blog Links, and the other one is called M-Shell Web Links. And in the blog links is a blog I wrote about solid colored fabrics and buying the color cards, shopping for them, where to shop for them. I actually wrote, I'm gonna press this as I talk. I actually wrote that blog post at the early stages of COVID because I had a lot of people were asking me about, I don't know, I thought I had this, I made it straighter, but I guess I made it not straighter. So there is in the M-Shell blog links, there is a blog post all about building your solid fabric stash, where to buy them, where to get color cards, things that I like. I will say it would not be a good idea for me to write negative reviews about fabric. So I did not say anything negative, but about any of the fabrics in particular, but I do mention positive. And if you read that blog post, I encourage you to read the comments. You can see the steam starts to mess with my camera. Because people have a lot of, I'm not the only one that knows about solid colored fabric. So I'm going over the cutting station. And what I wanted to point out here is this is something I do after I wash my fabrics. I will take a Sharpie, and here I've written PB, which stands for Paintbrush Studios. So I know this is from Paintbrush Studios so that I can go and use my color card and I can match up to find out what color it is. And then I can order more if I need to, which is one of the advantages to using commercial cottons, is that you can pretty easily replace those colors. Okay, now here's some basic 101 cutting without a ruler. We're gonna, let's see. It's hard to get the entire, when I've got something big. So you're gonna kind of imagine, right? That you can see it from beginning to end. You can almost, I'm gonna give it one more try. That's not bad. Okay. So I often cut on the diagonal. Two reasons for that. One, my cutting space is not huge. It's basically a countertop size. And so it gives me more room if I cut on the diagonal. The second reason, which took me a long time to sort out, but you actually have more control, and you can practice this with yourself. Like if you take your body and you go like this, like I'm moving my arm on the diagonal, as opposed to this, which is I'm moving my arm out away from me, you can feel that you have more control when you're cutting at a diagonal. Your hand doesn't go as far away, I guess, than it does here if you go that way. So it's also about control. And I use this diagonal line on my mat sometimes to help me get kind of a straight line. I know some of you are interested in making more sort of organic lines. And for me, I like it to be, I like a rulerless line, but I don't necessarily want a crazily curved line. So I'm not looking for something that's super organic. I'm just looking for, I guess I'll call it a natural line. All right, so this is, I'm gonna cut my circles out of this. So I'm gonna cut, I don't know, about this size. How big is that? That's about 5 inches. All right. So I'm just going to kind of eyeball it. Got my big cutter, which I did not talk about earlier, how much I love the 60mm cutter. And those of you who have been in class with me before have probably heard this analogy, but I like it, so I'm going to keep using it. And that is, your 60mm rotary cutter is like a riding lawnmower. 45mm cutter, push lawnmower. This one has way more power. And when you're not working, when you're no longer using a ruler, you need a cutter that has more oomph. And this delivers. I also like this one because it's got really tight connections, right? And you can see your blade. I am very guilty of leaving my blade open, so it's a good thing you're not in person in class with me. When I'm in class in person, there's almost always a student that runs around shutting my blade up. No one here to do that today. Okay, I'm gonna cut these at about hands width apart. I'm just gonna eyeball it. As I mentioned before, when you're not using a ruler, you've got to outsource the jobs of a ruler. So we're going to use the lines on our mat sometimes, and then your non-dominant hand, and then the fact that you need to really be using your whole upper body when you cut. I'm not going to cut like this. I'm going to cut like this, right? And slow and methodical and thoughtful. And Elizabeth, if you end up with questions, you're going to just ask me and I'll try and answer them as I work. The other thing that's happening is my non-dominant hand is working as a weight and as a smoother. And I'll show you this right now. Excuse me. So got my cutter. I don't have my blade open, which is something that you can do if you want to practice. Just practice cutting with your blade closed. Notice I'm not going to use my non-dominant hand. I'm going to put it behind my back and I'm going to just cut, which you can't really see from here. All right, I'm going to cut not using my non-dominant hand. When I come into the fabric, you can see how it starts to bunch up, right? See that? I've got to use my non-dominant hand to smooth as I cut. So as I mentioned before, you're using all these different parts of your body to control what's happening. All right, so now I got that strip of fabric. And let's see, I guess it's a little bigger than I thought originally it would be. I'm going to cut my salvages off now because you got to do it at some point. I could cut 2 layers. I'm probably just going to cut one because I want each one of these to look different and be individually beautiful. I rarely cut more than 4 layers without a ruler just because I just don't have as much control. So I'm going to chunk this out. Actually, I'm just going to cut one right now. Maybe, okay, for those of you who are following along and are new to this, I'm going to say that this is fine for me to do, but I want you guys to start with something that's a little bit easier. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got just a little over 6 inches wide, and we're going to cut it at, let's say 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to go ahead and I'm using the lines on my mat. Ish, right? Everything's ish, I-S-H. I'm going to clean that up. I don't like. Okay. So here is the fabric I'm going to cut into a circle. And again, I'm trying to, sorry folks, keep having to sort of tweak things. All right. So I like to line things up using the lines on my ruler, on my mat. Right, it just makes it easier for me to visualize what's happening. So I've lined this up here on the bottom, and I'm going to cut a gentle curve. What I notice that I do is that I will often, I'm going to be cutting, I'm right-handed, but I'll also move my fabric, do this, and that just gives me more control. So instead of doing this, right, which is awkward and I don't have a lot of control, I'm going to do this, which gives me more control. Okay, let's cut our curve. Now, one of the many things that is awesome about working without a ruler is I don't like what I cut. Maybe I don't like that side. I might come in and just cut it again. Another thing about making these units, something to consider for beginners, is to work with fabric that you don't care about. If you're working with your most expensive, most precious fabric, I don't know. I wouldn't do that until I have some confidence in what I'm doing. So I'm going to use this black as my background fabric. I'm going to give it a press. I know some people ask me about, do you cut, how to say this? Okay. Your fabric has, there's a warp and a weft, and then there's the bias. So I don't know which one is which. This is, okay, this is the lengthwise, right? So this is as it comes off the bolt. Let me get a different color so that it's easier to see. So here's yardage, right? This is my salvage edge, right? Can you guys see that kind of? This is the sturdiest edge of your fabric. There is very, very little give. This is crosswise, which is the 40-inch width, right? And there is, you can see there's some give there, right? And then there's the bias, which is on the diagonal, and it has the most give. So sometimes students will ask me, do you cut on the bias, or do you cut using the cross grain or the lengthwise or the salvage? And the answer is no, I don't pay any attention to those things. Maybe I should, but I don't. And so I'm going to, because this is the size of my fabric and I know that I want to put my half circle here, right? So I got that. I'm going to get rid of this excess fabric because we don't need it. So the background fabric for our example is 1, 2, 6, 7, 11, about 11 inches wide. And I'm going to cut it. Remember, one of the things that we're going to do is we're always cutting things slightly bigger than we need them. So now I've got my background rectangle. I'm going to clean up this size. I clean up fabric quite a bit because I'm trying to reduce the chances of fraying, which can result in shadowing, which I do try to avoid, but I'm not always successful. Okay, circle, background fabric. Putting the circle on top of my background fabric. I want to center it, although I could choose not to. If I'm going to put it this close to the edge, I want it to have ½ an inch there. Otherwise, that's going to go into my seam allowance, and I'm not going to have any of the background fabric on the edge, which is fine if that's what I want. But if I want background fabric on both sides, this side needs to be at least ½ an inch. I would say preferably an inch. That gives you more wiggle room. But in this case, we're actually going to put everything, we're going to center, and I'm using, excuse me. I am, where was I? Okay. I want to center, move it up a little bit. So I'm going to center my background fabric on this line here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not centered. I'm going to smooch it over a little bit so that it is centered. I'm going to do the same thing with my circle. I could, if I really want to make sure it's centered, but I don't really want to put a crease in it, but I could fold it in half and make sure that that line of the half mark is right here. You don't have to do it unless you want things to be centered, but if I want something centered, I'm going to use the lines on my mat. Right side's up. And this is solid fabric, so I get to pick which side is right side up, and the sides that are facing up are the right sides up. So I've got my right sides up. Now I'm going to cut. I do the same thing where I kind of use my non-dominant hand to turn the fabric as I cut it. I'll pick this up. And I am going to cut ever so slightly into the circle fabric on top. And that is kind of a security blanket thing for me. And I want you guys to notice how slow I'm going. Basically, by cutting into the circle on the top, now I'm going to put my cutter down. This little bit that I cut, that just confirms to me that these are cut to match, that there's not going to be any gaping hole. Okay, and I'm going to line this back up. Okay, we're gonna remove this circle here, which grows into the ever-growing population of circles, half circles. These lined up. Let's pick up a straight pin, put that up here, and I'm gonna flip this over, but I'm gonna create a tail, and I'm gonna go with more just, experiment with this as I do these demos. I'm gonna give this a 1-inch tail and see what that ends up looking like. There will be distortion, but having the tail helps you control the distortion. So now I've pinned those together. See what they look like, right? The circle goes next to my feed dogs, and now I'm gonna go to my sewing machine and stitch this. So I want you guys to watch kind of how I'm using the stiletto. Hey, I'm gonna go to the ironing board and okay. So ironing board. This is my iron. It's fully loaded with water. I also have one of these steamer. These things are awesome. Mine had a dorky, I don't know, thing on it. I peeled it off. All right. I often leave my iron in the down position, which can result in bad things happening. For example, I melted my scissors the other day. That's not good. But most of the time, I'm pretty attentive to what I'm doing at the ironing board. I leave my iron down because I want it to steam. And that's sort of the thing that will, in this position, it's like, oh, I need to be steaming. It tells itself to steam. So when you press curves or circles, half circles, you can't set your seam because of the nature of the fabric and the unit that you're piecing. So you just press from the front at first. And I spend a lot of time pressing. And you can see that my camera gets fogged up by the steam. I want everything to lay flat, 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 flat. If I can't get it to lay flat at the ironing board, it's not going to lay flat at any time in the future. So I need to reassess. I need to either cut into it and release the curve, or I need to unsew and resew. You can see my tails. This is the tail I started with. This is the tail I ended with, which tells me that I probably could have started with a little bit longer of a tail. So we did, I'm going back to the cutting station. We did, I think I did about an inch. Let's see what it looks like here. An inch, yep. And I ended up with about an inch and a half. So I probably could have done a little bit more. Started with a little bit longer of a tail. Now I'm going to clean my unit up. This is the first thing I do is see how I've lined it up on the dark line on my mat. I'm going to line the top and the bottom. And that just gives me a little bit of control in cleaning up my units. I save all my scraps. These are big enough for me to scrape. I don't save that little bit. I'm going to throw that away. Now the rest of it, I think I'm just going to leave it like this for now. And you see how there's that little bit of distortion there? I'm okay with that because I got plenty of room here. One way you can resolve this, say this is all I have, right? Say that's what I ended up with. And I actually want more black fabric up here. I will come in and I'll stitch a strip of fabric right there. And if you look at any of my quilts, you see them in person and you look closely, you will see that I do that all the time in my quilts all the time. All right, so now we got this beautiful unit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go right into making curved line, which would be the next step we're going to do here.
Before you do that, could you go over this part again?
Yeah, what part?
The whole thing?
A whole one. Okay, should I just do, I'll just do it again?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, so we're going to do, let's see. I don't want to, I'm going to do two that are the same. All right. So we have the fabric that we're going to use for our half circle, right? And I cut this at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. And I think, I don't know, if I wanted to make them exactly the same size, tells me I probably want to cut it right there. So I'm just using, that's interesting. I'm just using this circle. It's already pieced. I'm lining it up with a 1/4 of an inch over here, 1/4 of an inch over here, and I'm going to cut it off so that they end up being about the same size. I don't actually want them to be exactly the same because I think that's kind of boring. Okay, so we've got this. And we have our background fabric. First, I'm going to cut my circle. Okay, I'm cutting my half circle. Big 60mm rotary cutter, highly recommend with a super sharp blade, especially when you're cutting curves and in general, because you don't have that ruler. If I had a ruler, I would butt my ruler and I could dig, push really hard with a dull blade, but I don't have that option. So I need a sharp blade. It's going to make my life a lot easier. All right. See, I've got my left hand, my non-dominant hand is sort of controlling the movement of this rectangle. And I'm going to cut. Okay, there's my half circle. If I don't like it, I've got two of these now. I'm going to save these because I have this hypothesis of what we can, that's this leftover bit. I have something I think I want to try and do with them. Okay. Now, if I don't like that circle or half circle, I can certainly come in and cut it again. Okay. I'm gonna use this. A lot of times if I have a unit and I know this is the size I want things to be, I'll just use that as my kind of template for cutting things. So I just put that on top. It's hard to see because it's black, but I've got it on top of my other fabric. And I'm gonna cut into it actually. So I cut into it a little bit. And there is my fabric. Okay. Background fabric. Remember, I know that I want my circle to be in the center, so I'm lining up the center. And then I'm going to put this in the center also, so that I have both units centered. So I'm folding it in half using the lines on my mat. Over. So those things are in place. Let's see if I can get. There we go. Maybe. Okay. It's like my camera needs to be in one position if I've got yardage and another position if I've got smaller units. Okay, so half circle on top. It's a little bit bigger than a half circle, but I'm okay with that. And then background fabric underneath. Non-dominant hand is stabilizing and smoothing. I'm gonna cut here. Oh, and I should say this. This has come up in the circle and curve class. I'm right-handed, so I'm going to cut right to left. And then I pin here and I sew left to right. If you are left-handed, you're going to cut left to right, which makes sense because you're left-handed, but you're going to sew the same way. So right-handed people are going to cut right to left and sew left to right. Left-handed people are going to cut left to right and sew left to right. And I will give you a visual on that again right now. So I'm going to cut right to left. I'm cutting ever so slightly into that, this half circle that's on top. Notice that I'm going very slowly, and because I have a nice sharp blade, it's not that hard for me. And this is, you know what? I don't normally do it like that. You can see how awkward that was. I should have been turning my fabric. Okay, which is part of why I don't have a clean cut there. Okay. This. Now I got these two black half circles, which we'll use to make either our pizza is a pie made of shape or our circles made of line. Okay. That's all put back together. Just, go slow, right? Because you don't want, remember during the lecture, I said, this is what a lot of people will do. They'll cut it, then they throw their rotary cutter down, then they grab their fabric and they run over their sewing machine. And then they're like, oh, do you not know which side is the right side? But if you do this, put your rotary cutter down, pick up your straight. Flip this over. Remember, we want a tail. We're going to go with a little bit longer of a tail this time. Got 1.25 inches of a tail this time. I'm going to flip it. And I'm going to pin it in place. And now I'm going to go to the sewing machine. Okay, back to the ironing board. And I should say, so this is what it's gonna look like. It's not gonna be laying flat until I press it into submission. This is what the back side looks like. I'm gonna always press towards the background fabric. I'd say 95% of the time I do not clip. There are if I've got a super tight curve, I may have to do some clipping, and I'll show you what that is in just a second. Those of you who maybe aren't familiar with the idea of clipping.
Maria, can you talk about why the tail matters and why the tail length matters?
Well, I can, but I don't have a really good answer. All I know is Diane Wold told me to do this, and so I do it. And I can tell you what she said, but I don't necessarily understand it. This is the way she put it. You cut this curve. These are cut to match. And let me finish ironing. We'll go back over to let's go to the cutting station. So these were cut to match, meaning that this is the same cut. This matches this right here. This matches this. This matches this. This matches this. But with a curve, this curve, the inner curve, is different from the outer curve. And you can force them to match by marking and pinning and doing a lot of things that are very controlling. And it messes with my flow. I just don't want to do those things. And instead, I'm willing to deal with distortion. I used to not do this tail, but what was happening is that, okay, so backtrack a little bit. So this curve is different than this curve. And the way that you can sort of compensate for that is by having a tail. And you'll notice this time, see, I've got my half circle lined up on that line. I have 1.25 inch tail here. This time I've got less than 1 inch over here. So I probably could have done less of a tail. So next time I'm just going to do 1 1/8 inches. We'll see. That tail, the steeper the curve is, the longer the tail needs to be. Okay. So I used to not do the tail, and I would end up with this massive amount of distortion. In fact, maybe we'll do another one of these without the tail, and you guys can see what happens. So I'll do that next. But the tail in some way compensates for the fact that this is a different curve from this, and I am distributing that difference by having a tail. Because okay, we're just going to do this next one and we're not going to have a tail, and you guys are going to see what happens. I'm going to leave this like this so we can do this comparative analysis on these circles. All right. So we're going to do another one. I'm just going to cut it right here. I'm going to make my half circle using my non-dominant hand to kind of glide my fabric around. Some more tails. I guess this is a good time for me to say my methods are not fast. I don't know. That's not why I quilt. Is not to go fast. I quilt because I actually really enjoy. I find the whole process very pleasurable. So I kind of like to be mindful and take my time and enjoy what I'm doing. All of those things. I also sometimes just use my fingers to see. I got about 2 inches and 2 inches. I'm going to cut this down. Okay, folks. cut this. Remember last time I went like that? This time I'm going to turn my fabric so you can see the difference between doing one versus the other. So I got holding this up with my non-dominant hand, starting my cut, around, curving around. I also, years ago, I bought one of those mats that rotates, but I've never used it. I did find it the other day. I might experiment with that. I can't remember what I did with it. Okay, so now half circle. We are not going to start with a tail. We're going to leave this exactly as it is. And we're going to start here and we're going to make it flush. So by flush, I mean that edge is straight. Then we're going to go around the curve, put a pin it, and we'll just see what happens. I'm going to the sewing machine. Okay, ironing board. Look, it's ready for me. All right, so I have a massive tail on one side, and I'm going to have massive distortion on the top, I'm afraid. Another, for those of you maybe new to improvisational piecing, new to quilt making in general, you can see I manhandle my fabric. I'm always sort of pushing it, tugging on it a little bit. Now, if I were doing traditional quilt making where everything needs to be a certain size so that it can fit together, that kind of behavior would be unacceptable because my tugging and my pushing and my steaming and doing all these things to the fabric causes distortion, and it's going to result in my units not being the same size, which I don't care about. But if you were trying to make everything 8 inches by 8 inches and you were behaving the way I behave, that could be a serious problem. So just take that into consideration if you toggle back and forth between traditional quilt making and improvisational quilt. Okay, so now we go back to the cutting station. And you can see I have a monster tail and I have significantly more distortion on the top, which is kind of a bummer. And it's why every time I make one of these, I thank Diane Wold for, showing me the light. All right.
I have some questions.
Oh, you have some questions? All right, go, Elizabeth. Yeah.
Okay. Someone started with a 1 inch tail, but they didn't have enough material for the tail at the end. Did they do something wrong?
No, they're just, that's just the way it worked out for them. You experiment. If you've got, this is a pretty steep curve, right? That's a pretty tall curve. If you had a gentle curve like that, right? Like this curve right here, see, it's like this one's gonna be way easier to piece. And if you had an inch tail and you probably took a too big of a tail at the front. So you would dial it back a little bit. I mean, I was told originally that you should just do a 1/4 of an inch tail, but I discovered through experimenting that the steeper the curve, the longer the tail should be. Is it a mathematical formula? No. So you just have to keep tweaking it, and I think you get better at sort of guesstimating. And I cut, dang it, why did I do that? Okay, so you see we've got these 3, right? This is the first, second, and third. You see how those, where you can tell which one is the one that I didn't use a tail, because it's got the most distortion on the top. Okay, any other questions right now?
Yes, this is similar, but I'm going to ask. Can you talk about the ratio of inset to background sizes? In my test, the background is too big and doesn't want to distort when ironing.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand that. All of those things, I practice what I call intuitive math, and this is all a big experiment to me. So I don't really think. Ask the question again, Elizabeth.
Okay. Can you talk about the ratio of inset to background sizes? In my test, the background is too big and doesn't want to distort when ironing.
Well, you don't want it to distort. That is like a negative effect of working improvisationally. So the distortion is something you have to compensate for. So if you don't get distortion, good for you. And I have no idea what the ratio is. I mean, I'm doing this pretty intuitively. So, like I said before, that the steeper the half circle, the longer the tail. But I don't know exactly what that's going to be. I'm not measuring anything. So I'm just guesstimating that the steeper, the longer the tail, and I have to just sort of play around with it.
Okay, is there a semicircle size you recommend? Like how small should or how large should they? What's a good start size?
Yeah, it's this one here. Well, this is probably a better one because it's not as steep. So this one here, right? This would be a good starter circle. And it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, right? So let's say 6 or 7 inches long by not super steep. So 1, 2, 3.5. So if you did a half circle, this is a hypothesis. However long it is, make it half as wide. And that will give you a shallow half circle that should be easy to work with.
Okay, suppose I have pressed, steamed within the life of it, clapped it, and it still isn't flat.
Well, that's because you could have done a couple of different things. Probably you tugged too hard on your top fabric. So when you feed it under your sewing machine, you've got this, the background fabric is on top, the circle is next to your feed dogs, and you are not tugging, but you're gently sort of stitching around it, pairing the fabric up here, this edge, but you are not tugging. If you tug, you're going to trap too much circle within too little of background fabric, and that's going to start to make things cut. Your solutions are either to unsew and resew, or you can cut into it, which means you're going to, distort your circle, but you could get that shape to lay flat and you would just have sort of a weird organic shape. Or you could, reattach more background. So how are we doing on time? We've only got an hour left.
Okay, I'm good with quick question. What blades do you use for your rotary cutter? Do you use alpha blades?
Whatever these are.
Okay, yes, alpha blades for the rotary cutter. Okay.
Alpha blades. All right, let's try one more of these circles and then we're going to move in. What I want to do this time, I'm going to show you what happens when you tug and when you don't. I mean, these are all things that are just going to distort what's happening, but okay, so if we have distortion, there's a lot of different things that it can cause distortion. One, not starting with a tail. Two, having a really steep circle. Three, tugging on your background fabric. So we've got this half circle here, which is pretty steep, but not ridiculously steep. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna tug on my fabric so you can see what happens. Okay, so, and I'll show you how to correct it. Okay, so now we've got our background fabric in our circle. We're gonna cut. And the other thing is, folks, if you have never done this, I feel like you have to do like 100 of them, right? I mean, I have no idea how many I've done, but part of why this is easy for me is because I've done it a bazillion times. So each time you do it, you're being methodical and you're thinking about it. Does it feel right? Are you tugging? Did you cut your circle too steep? Did you try to make too small of a circle? Those are all things that are going to kind of set you up for failure. Okay, we got background fabric, we got our circle. I'm not gonna have a tail. This is like bad behavior. I'm not gonna have a tail. And I'm gonna tug on this fabric. Okay, and we'll see what ends up happening. And then I'm gonna show you, it's not really fixing it, but it's salvaging it. Okay, to the sewing machine. Okay, so at the pressing station, right, that's what it looks like. I've got a monster tail, and I think I can probably still get it to lay flat, but maybe not. Maybe not. Let's see. I call this cupping when it sort of does that, when it starts to cup on itself. And as I said before, if you can get it to lay flat at the ironing board, you're usually okay. But this is, it's not really laying flat, right? So I've got this side's kind of flipping up. If I get that to lay down, I'm gonna get it to flip up over here. Okay, so we're gonna go to the cutting station and we'll see. And you can see how, you can see if I line it up like that, you see what happens over here. So I've tugged on my fabric, which resulted in this giant tail. And it basically, I forced the background fabric to go around the half circle at a rate that was not in sync. So I would prefer just to unsew and resew. But if you're opposed to doing that, you can cut into the unit. Like I could cut into it right here. And that is going to release this curve. By cutting into it, I'm going to get it to lay flat. And then I could reshape it and then add more background fabric. So anytime you have a unit that is not laying flat, you can unsew and resew, or you can cut into it. That's going to, it's no longer going to be a half circle. It's going to be, if I cut into it like that, I might end up with a shape like that, right? Then I could shape it over here and then stitch onto it. Okay, I want to move into, let's try inserting 2 half circles into a rectangle. So I'm going to take these, I'm going to make my 2 half circles. Elizabeth, any other questions?
We're doing okay.
Doing okay. I think I'm going to add some steam to my iron real quick. Okay, so here we go. We've got 2 pieces of fabric that I'm gonna cut my half circle. This is kind of a steep guy. You get something that's that steep, and I'm saving these because I'm gonna use them for something. But this, okay, so see how steep that is in comparison to this one, right? That results in an egg shape, which is kind of interesting, right? You could make an egg. But for the purposes of making it easier to piece, I'm going to change this from an egg to a circle, half circle, right? So I'm going to cut that off down. That over there. Okay, so now I got these 2 half circles, and I'm going to pick a background fabric. I guess I'll use this orange. How's that showing up? It's almost like the gold. That's probably better. Okay. Let's see. I'm just trying to figure out how I want my circle, how big of a piece of fabric doing right here. Probably kind of that big. Okay. I'm going to cut a rectangle as a background fabric, or a square. We'll just go with a square maybe. Give it a press. I press my fabric often as I work. Mostly it comes back to this whole notion of, working without a ruler. If you because the ruler isn't available to be a weight or do any of those things we talked about earlier. And if I have a lump or a pleat or some sort of fold or something in my fabric and then I cut it without a ruler, it's just, I'm going to end up with weird cuts. So I'm constantly pressing things. Okay, so here, whew, we don't have very much space in between the two of them. So in order to deal with that, I'm going to cut both of these down again. And I'm going to just make them a little more shallow. Give me a little more space between them. I will say, but I like this unit. I'm interested in exploring it, but I also think it is kind of a more advanced unit. So this is sort of for the people that aren't beginners to think about. And if you're a beginner, maybe you just watch and file it away for another day. Okay, so this is, I could do it like that, right? Or it could, if I want them to be right. The reason I like them kind of right opposite each other is that I did a bunch of them in a row, and then I took and I put, I separated them with this strip of fabric. I thought it was really cool looking. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. We're lining them up. We're gonna do this side first. I'll get rid of that. And it's the same process as before, right? We're gonna cut into it. We're kind of using our non-dominant hand to help us guide our fabric. Turn it. I am gonna put, I'm gonna start with about an inch tail. Get that. Not like that when that happens. All right, inch tail, flip it. Now I'm gonna go stitch it. So a couple of things to mention here. We go to the ironing board. One, this is a hand dyed and it's a much tighter weave. I could feel it. Did not have any give in the way that this commercial fabric did. So that was a little problematic. My tail, let's see if you guys can see that. That's my starter tail. That's my ending tail. So I probably a little over an inch would probably be a little better. And then the other thing I wanted to show you, let me press it first. when um when you're sewing this curve, and if you're a traditional quilt maker used to using patterns and rulers and templates, you it's really important that you have a 1/4 inch seam so that everything, because everything's made to be a certain size, it's got to fit together. uh when you're working improvisationally, it doesn't matter as much. So one thing that was happening for me here, I think you can see it right there. Let's go back over to the cutting table. You can see how I've actually got a generous 1/8 of an inch difference between my two pieces of fabric, which is fine because I'm not making things be the same size. What would be a problem is if it weren't a nice gentle curve. If my stitching went like that, then I would have problems. But if there's a scant difference between the seams, that is okay. All right, so this is what I've got. Sorry, Elizabeth, I was just doing a quick press there. Okay, I'm gonna clean this up. And then I'm gonna try and insert that other half. And you see, I've got quite a bit of distortion happening. Part of that's because of the hand dyed. Part of it is because of the circle. Can you see how it goes like that? I need to straighten that back up before I try to stitch in my other circle. Now, we're gonna do that. And in hindsight, I probably should have made this background fabric bigger, even bigger, or, oh, this is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut this guy down a little bit. I'm gonna make this guy smaller. There we go, voila. Got a little bit more space there. All right, same process again. I feel like I need to switch my cutters. That one I'm having a hard time. Okay.
Maria, I know you just talked about like hand dyed versus commercial. Can you specifically talk about Kona versus Painter's Palette and the AGT one also?
Yeah, Painter's Palette and Art Gallery are both kind of in the same category as hand dyes. They are made with a higher quality, tighter weave, which makes them more difficult to use. Would I not use them? I use them all the time. Like everything, I almost always use hand dyes now. Or art gallery or paintbrush. Those are probably my 3 favorites. But they're just going to be a little trickier to work with. And the Kona, because it is a looser weave, it is not as high a grade of cotton fabric. It's going to be more malleable. So that is an advantage of Kona, especially if you're a beginner and you're just learning how to piece curves improvisationally. All right, I'm going to stitch this together. So, another thing about these tighter weaves, I think I'm running into problems here because of how tight of a weave this is, that you have to go slower, and maybe make fewer stitches at a time. I don't know if any of you have noticed kind of how slowly I'm going around my curve. And that is just because there's no give in this yellow fabric. So it's trickier to work with. This might be an example of when I have to do a little bit of clipping. We'll see. Oh, not bad. Piece right there. All right, we're gonna go over to the cutting station. And this is my unit. Quite a bit of distortion. As I mentioned before, this is kind of a more of an advanced unit for you advanced students out there to play around with. And now that we've done it, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to, we're gonna do, I think, I wanna do the wedge. The pizza is a pie, is a circle made of line. We're gonna do that one first. So that's a pretty good looking unit. And so you can see there's a little bit of a rumple in there. Knowing my work myself, the fact I do my own quilting, I know that I can quilt this flat. It's not a lot of discrepancy. I can feel it a little bit in there. But I know my skill set and I know that I can fix this at the quilting phase. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna make one out of, let's see, assess my circles here that I've got. Maybe put those together. What I want to do is circle. I'm going to do the line one first. So I got 2 half circles that I already cut. We talked about how to cut circles already. I'm going to, because I want these to match, you can see this one's slightly smaller. I'm going to cut them to be the same size. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. And then we're going to insert line. And I think we'll do black lines because that'll be really good, easy for you guys to see. Gotta find some black lines though. Kind of strip of black fabric. Elizabeth, how are we doing on questions?
I have a question. What are your thoughts on making a giant, scrappy arch? Taking all my scraps, putting them together. Is it going to be an issue because of seams and such?
Well, it depends on how you're making it scrappy. Like you could take, like this is something that I'm thinking about doing right here, not to get off topic, but those are left over from cutting my half circles. I'm going to take, and I'm lining this up on a line. So I'm cutting these wedges. I just have a hypothesis. Now, I'm not sure it's going to work, but I'm going to try and turn this into a wedge circle. So I have a really clear idea of where my lines are going to go, because they're going to go, you know, like this, right? And I'm going to build around. So I'm going to sew those together. I still need more in order to make it happen, but I've just got one seam, one seam, one seam. If I really, you have to think strategically if you're going to use scraps. Like I might have to cut some bigger units. Let's see if I've got anything that's big enough here, because you can disperse where the end of your seam happens. Let's see if I can sort that out. So if I line this up, it's not going to work with these. I could get it to work, but I can't get it to work right now. It would take some, and it would be quite small. But if I scooch this up, and then the next one I bring in is down here, right? Instead of having all the seams end right here, I've got some of them ending up here. So there's this, I'm dispersing the end of my seams, and I'm going to draw that. And I don't want, I'm getting off topic a little bit, and I really want to get to the end of the, so if you were, here's your half circle, and I don't have a Sharpie that's, I don't know where all my big Sharpies went to. Well, we're going to use a highlighter since I can't find a Sharpie. Oh, here's a Sharpie, but it's green. Okay. That's still not dark enough. That's a little better. Okay, so if I end some of my seams up here like that, then I don't have a bunch of seams down here. Whereas if I do it like this, I've got a bunch of seams in that area. So this disperses the seams. And I mean, I could, you could just, those of you who do, what do you call it, Elizabeth, crumb piecing? Like you could do that and then treat it as a half circle for sure. You just need to, be mindful with your pressing and try and not put seam, like right here. This is their center seam, right? If I slid this seam down, it would intersect here, which would create more bulk. So if I shift it up, then I don't have a bunch of seams ending in the center. Okay, we're going to go back to this, what were we doing? We're going to do lines. So we got 2 half circles right here, and I'm going to cut some strips of line. As I mentioned before, we're going to want, I'm cutting these bigger than they need to be. And I'm only going to do one of these at a time. I'm not doing both at the same time because I find that I could get turned around. So I'll put that one away. I'm going to sort of fold this in half, get an idea where the center is. I'm going to do that center seam first. So I just cut into it. And then I'm going to add this strip of fabric, which I'm going to skinny down eventually, but see how I've got a little tail here, and I'm going to put a little tail there. And I'm going to stitch this. Okay, going to the sewing machine. These are so much easier and faster because they're straight lines. So I'll go ahead and press that. Now back at the cutting station, I'm gonna clean this up. I've got those little tails using the lines on my mat. And this one here, I'm gonna curve a little bit. I'm gonna skinny this down. And then I'm gonna sew these together. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna give this a press. I am pressing, even though it's a dark fabric, I'm pressing away from the center on that one. So I've got, you can see one seam is going towards the black fabric and one is going away. I'm okay with that. That's going to disperse the bulk a bit. Back to the cutting station. There's my circle. I'm going to scoot this down a little bit so you guys can maybe see a little better. Okay. Right. I'm going to clean up my outer edge. Okay, so that I'm that far on that circle. And I'm gonna show this, but then we're gonna keep going and we're gonna do the pie. But if I could do it like that, right? You could put this information into your circle, or I could do that, right? And then that gives me, move this up so you guys can see it, right? So I could add, this is 2 halves sewn together with a line in the middle, 2 halves sewn together with a line in the middle. And then I would put, so this to one side, add the background, and then sew here. And you're going to see a more complex version I'm going to piece out. But what I'm saying here is that you could just do a line down the center of both of them. But what we're going to do is we're going to add more lines so that we get those pie shapes. Now that I've done this center here, I'm comfortable starting this one. So I'm going to cut down the center, move that over and out of the way. Flip it, pin it, stitch it. Okay, so we got that one. Now we're going to do this one. I'm going to cut so that I have a lot of bulk here, and you can kind of see how I deal with that. So I'm going to cut it right there next to the black. Okay, there's that. And I'm going to insert this little bit of fabric. What you really, this is especially on these angles, scoot it up a little more. When you've got a wedge shape, right? And you've got this straight line, I want a tail out here and I want a tail down here. So you see how I've got tails on both sides? That's just going to give me some freedom. And I'm going to center, you can see how I've got the tail over here and the tail over there. I'm going to just distribute. I don't know why I'm having a hard time with that word. So I want approximately the same amount of black over here as I have over here. I'm going to pin that. And I'm going to stitch those 2 down. Okay. Okay. I'm going to press these guys. So I essentially have 2 units going on at the same time. Go back to the cutting station. I've got this unit and this unit, which are eventually going to be 1 unit. So I'll work on this one first. I'm going to use the lines on my mat. I'm going to clean up these cuts. I'm going to skinny this down. And now I'm going to sew this to this. I like to flip it over here. This way I can sort of see what's happening on this side that's got the piecework. Okay, now I've got this kind of weird looking unit, right? So I'm going to use the lines on my mat. I'm going to clean that up. And then I'm going to make this skinny. And some of you may be wondering why I make these strips fatter. You have more control if you start out with a slightly bigger strip of fabric, sew it, and then cut it down. When you try to sew these little skinny strips, they're kind of difficult to sew with, and it just makes it easier to get skinny lines without the headache. All right, so these, I'm going to sew those together. I'm going to leave this tail out here, but this is flush, so I'm going to make sure, actually going to compensate by 1/4 of an inch, which is why I've got that little point there. Sew that down. Let's see what happens. And all of these things I have learned through experimentation. All right, I'm going to sew that. Okay, back to the pressing station on this one. So I'm going to look at it. I've pressed the fabric out on this side. I'm going to press it in on this side because that's going to help me distribute the bulk on this area, which can end up being quite bulky. Okay, now back at the cutting station, it looks like we're going to need some more strips of fabric. Okay, so we got 2 units that are eventually going to be 1 unit. We'll work on this one first, see how those intersect, as opposed to my basketball, right? So my basketball, I chose, because I didn't want to deal with the bulk, I chose to cut further out in the circle, which gave me this kind of weird shape. But you could, like, I don't have to put this line here. And I could have made this so that I ended up with these sort of angles like that, which would be kind of cool. Let's see if I can demo that. Like, it would have looked like that. Right? And I don't have to have the center line. I could just have these lines. Right? All these different things you can do with this unit. I tend to find this one, they're intersecting. Once you sort of start diving into a particular unit, doesn't matter what the unit is, there just ends up being all these things you can do with it. All right, so that's how I've cut into it. Now I'm gonna add this. Remember, I got a tail on this end and a tail on this end, and I'm gonna line this up so that I've got tails on both sides. And you can see how I'm getting some excess fabric. I'm gonna pull that off. Because it's just all in the seam allowance. Let's try that again. Okay, dispersing the excess information on both ends. I'm gonna pen that. I'm gonna move over to my other unit. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm cutting. And if you want to, you can line it up, right? So I'm lining it up my cut so I can use the lines on my mat. I can cut anywhere from here to here. I'm just sort of, I want to intersect that black right there. And then I want to make sure that these are kind of even. So that's my plan for this quilt. Same thing. I just pulled that off because I have plenty of seam allowance in there, and that is just excess bulk that I do not need. Elizabeth, we got any questions? We've got about half hour. I'm gonna get this demoed, and then we're gonna do the pizza is a pie.
And also, are you going to do the multiple lines around the arch?
Well, no, because you guys wanted to see that one thing done over again. And the lines around the arch are just this is doing the same thing over and over again. So, for example, if I were, all right, let me just stay on what I'm doing. So, Elizabeth, you can ask me questions that are relevant to what I'm doing right now, and then we'll get through that, and then we'll visit the other stuff. Okay?
Yes.
All right. So we've got these. We're gonna press them. Go over the cutting station. Now this is what can potentially happen is which one goes with which. Fortunately, they're mirrors of each other, so it's easy for me to figure out which one goes with which one. But that is a situation where you could get totally turned around. Okay, I'm gonna slightly curve that. I'm gonna straighten this side. And then I'm going to skinny this down. And then I'm gonna stitch this to this. I'm gonna go pretty quickly so that I can cover all the material. There is a recording, so you can re-watch all of this and as many times as you want. I've got not a flip seam, but almost a flip seam, which I'm gonna fix. So now I'm gonna leave that tail out there. This is flush, right? And by flush, I mean, that's a straight line right there. I'm just gonna flip it over. And I'm gonna leave a little tail, which is going to allow me to maintain that flushed edge. It's just like if you were creating a binding and you mitered your binding, it's that same concept. Okay, we're gonna unstitch these. Okay, pressing. I'm just kind of pressing the direction the students want to go in. I feel like I keep moving my pressing station. I don't understand. Every time I look over, it's a little bit more crooked. All right, I'm cleaning these up, trying to maintain that straight line. So that one is at that phase. And then this one, so I have some distortion here. I've got a little bit of a tail. It's pretty flush right here. I'm gonna clean it up. Another thing about cutting is when you're making kind of quick, short lines, I like to keep my elbow tucked in pretty tightly to my chest or my rib cage. Sorry, my rib cage. Okay. So got strips. We're gonna do this last one here. Remember, we got a tail and a tail. Sorry, guys. I like to work closer to my body, I think, than the camera. Tail, tail. Cut it. Flip it. Pin it. Okay, now this one, we're gonna add that strip that goes across the bottom. Same thing I've been doing before, a little tail. I don't need that big of a tail because I'm not working on an angle. So that, and then I'm gonna stitch that down. Okay. I'll stitch these two together and then I'll be right back. Press these. Not that exciting at the pressing station, but Elizabeth, will you? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Trying to feel like it was straight. And there we go. That's better. Okay, back at cutting station, we are gonna clean this up. I'm gonna skinny that down. So now I've got that. And I have one more seam to do here. We got two things going on here. And this again, you see how I've got that little, that's a little bit of leftover. It is not, I'm gonna just pull it off and actually have to do a little bit of a trim here, but anytime you can get rid of bulk that's irrelevant bulk, you should do so. So I'm gonna sew those two together. And then what we're gonna do, okay, I'm only gonna show this once, but it is the same concept as what we've been doing the whole time. It is, and I'll demo this, but adding a strip, like adding this line, is the same as adding the background. And adding the background here is the same as adding the background here is the same as adding the background here. When I do this one, to get the lines, I cut the background down. And I'll do that, but in a minute. But what I want you guys to hear is that when I make this unit, like this unit right here, it's this unit. Those are the same. Essentially, right? Like this. This unit is this unit is this unit. They're all half circles. Now I put line in the half circle, so they're all separated out. I put line in the half circle here, so they're all like meeting in the center. And here I've done, this is a pizza is a pie made with shape. These are triangles. These are triangles with line. But this shape and this shape and this shape are all the same. So the way that you add the background is the same also, even though the information in the center is different. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to add the background to this particular unit. And I am not going to use my hand dyes because that is it's just making it more difficult. What would be a good color? All right. And wouldn't you know, I would pull out my hand. Okay. So. Maybe I'm gonna get there. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this fabric, but it will work for our purposes. Okay. So I'm going to cut a strip of this off to use for the background. Actually, I'm not going to use this fabric. I think this is like 1980s. My fabric stash has vintage, contemporary commercial. So vintage commercial fabric, contemporary commercial fabric, hand dyes. There we go. That will work. And hand dyes. So I like to mix and match them. But in this situation, I have discovered working with those hand dyes and this half circles, it just ups the difficulty. And when you're learning something, you do not need to make it more difficult for yourself. So I'm going to cut a strip off here. Now, when you do this, half circle made with line like this, one half circle is going to have this line on it, and the other half circle isn't. All right, so this same process, we're going to clean up this edge. For that together. Now, because I've got all those seams, this is going to be a little tricky, all those seams, but I still need to have this on the bottom because that's going to make it easier to piece. It's easier to do it at the sewing machine when you've got your circle next to your feed dogs. But I need to be aware of all these seams because I don't really want to flip them. And then, of course, I have my other half that I'm sewing. just shifted my tail a little bit. I should have a little bit longer of a tail. Okay, ironing board. So I'm going to talk you guys through these next two examples. And then Elizabeth, if we have any other questions, we'll answer them. And then I think that's it. It goes so incredibly fast. Okay. So here's my half circle with the line. I've added that right there. Then I'm going to cut. I'm going to clean that up, right? Then I'm going to take, here's my other half circle. Clean it up. I'm going to repeat the process on the other side, just like you guys have seen me do multiple times, where you would take that background fabric, right? And then I'm going to cut my circle and I'm going to piece it, and then I'm going to stitch it to the other side. And then that final seam is a straight seam. And that's it. Now to do the this wedge circle, the way I do that, and I'm just going to demo this part, and you guys are going to, I think you guys can do it. And if there's anything that you're like, I don't understand, if you just think of it as, well, first of all, you can watch the recording again. But all of this is just, I made up, and Diane Wold made up, and other quilters over the Quiltiverse have made things up. Like, there's not one right way to do something. There's multiple ways. And if the way that I'm describing just feels awkward or weird to you, explore doing it other ways. Okay, so this is the unit that we're making. We start out with a half circle. They need to be two different colors, and they need to be the same size. So you can see that this one is slightly smaller. So I'm going to make them the same size. Now you could, and I've done it both ways. I folded it all and I put these creases in it, you know, here and here and here. You can do that, or you can just eyeball it. So I'm just going to eyeball it. I've got my center crease, which is essentially in the center of my half circle. And then, see, I've cut those in two. And now I'm going to cut here, also trying to be kind of in the center. Right? And then I'm going to do the same thing over here. So now I have 4 wedges. And I'm going to, I'm going to take them apart, right? And I'm going to flip them over so that they are mirrored images of each other. Almost got that one the wrong way. Did I get that one the wrong way? Okay, there we go. All right, so you want to, this needs to be a mirror of this, which means that you see how those two butt up to each other, right? And then I'm going to flip it so that those two butt up. Now I'm going to be mindful when I sew these together, and I'm going to sew those two into a half, and these two are these four. So you sew those into a half, and you can do it 2 and 2 and then the center seam, or you can go 1, 2, 3, whichever way works best for you, right? So you've got that, and then you have this other side. Then you're going to take and you're going to put this unit, which is a half circle, into the background, and then this unit, which is a half circle, into the background. And then you sew them together right along the strip. And that is how you do that, right? And then the last unit that you guys were, that we talked about, and I'm gonna pin these so that I don't get all turned around because I'm not gonna sew them right now. So these are pinned so that I know the direction I'm gonna sew them in. And then I'm probably going, after I press them, I'm gonna have to double check my work and reline them up so that I know they're all in the right spot. Okay. And then this last thing that you guys folks wanted to talk about is, so here is a circle made of line. And this is the same process, whether you're sewing the center to this one, or this one to this one, or this one, right? I start out, and actually, let's see if maybe we start out with one that's, okay, here we go. All right, I have made a half circle. You guys all know how to do that. If nothing else, I hope everyone can make a half in, you know, do a half circle improvisationally cut and pieced. There's that. Then what you do is I cleaned up the baseline, right? So it's straight here. I don't really care if that's organic out there. Now I'm going to come in and I'm going to cut, and I'm going to turn this into a half circle again. And then I take a background fabric. I'm just doing it upside down so that I can cut this, right? And now I repeat the process. So I treat, even though this has got 2 colors, it is still a half circle. So all of these units are essentially the very same thing, except for they have pieced information in them. So I could take this half circle and sew it to this half circle like that. And then I have this half circle that's sewn into a circle, and this half circle that's sewn into a circle. And that's really the end of my story. There's one more thing I wanted to talk about. We're just going to talk about for 1 second.
Maria, can you also show us the backs of those, please?
Well, they just look
Like,
and is there something in particular you're looking for with the back?
numerous arches.
What do you mean? Oh, you want to look at one of the
Yes, please.
Is that what you want?
Yep.
That's what it looks like. Okay. Where was I? Okay. So if you were to stack your circles, talk about this and then we're going to wrap it up. Okay, so I've got this one here and I want to stack it on this one. So I'm going to clean up the bottom. And then I'm going to, and I could do this multiple, I'll show you both. So this I think of as camels, right? They're stacked onto our cairns, or I always say that wrong, but so you see how those are kind of stacked on top of each other. The trick to this is to do you need to have a 1/4 of an inch seam right here, right? So from where you want your units to touch each other, you need to add a 1/4 of an inch. And say you want it to be kind of stacked like that, right? So it's kind of tilted. Then you would come in, and this is the time when I do use a ruler. Not always, but sometimes. So say I've got that stacked at an angle. I'm going to come in with my ruler, kind of slide it underneath, right? Then I'm going to cut like that. And then I'm going to stitch them together. And that'll give it that sort of wonkiness. If I were to line these up next to each other, like the caterpillar, it's the same thing that I just need. I'd have a 1/4 of an inch here and a 1/4 of an inch here, and then I sew them together and they're going to butt right up against each other. Now, if you do that, there's going to be quite a bit of bulk there. So you have to be comfortable with that bulk. If you want to avoid the bulk situation, you can space them out just a little bit and it's still going to be a really nice effect. So basically you cut a 1/4 of an inch away from where you want your stitching to be on both sides of the unit when you do the caterpillar. When you do the, now I just had it. If you were to do, oh, I did it this way. Okay. If you were to do this, you only have to pay attention to this 1/4 of an inch. So this, you don't have to make this. This is naturally going to be a 1/4 of an inch smaller once you sew it. But if you have, you're going to cut that 1/4 of an inch. You'd cut it straight if you wanted them to be straight. If you wanted there to be sort of an angle to it, then you're going to come in, slide your ruler in right there, cut it. And if you need it, you might put little registration marks, which would be come in with your favorite marking tool, and you might do a little mark. You can't really see it. You can almost see it, right? That's going to help me know. So I'm going to cut here. And then I will use these registration marks to line this up with this. And then once it's sewn, it'll have this sort of angle like that. Okay, I think that we're going to call it quits. I feel like we covered a lot of information. Elizabeth?
Do you want to just quickly, I know you said this before, but maybe go over what they can expect to receive in their email?
Yeah, let me grab my chair real quick. Okay, so what's going to happen next is we're going to say goodbye. And then this recording is going to download to my computer, and then I'm going to upload it to YouTube, and then I'm going to send you an email, and that email will have the recording for this class, which will be available for 6 months. Let's say it's available until the next Improv for Everyone, which is July 13th. And it also will have links to anything that I can remember that I talked about today. Supplies, tools. It'll have that a link pack to the blog posts that I've written that are all tutorials. It'll have a link pack of all the different lectures or demos that I've done in different locations, like I don't know, I gave a lecture for the Shelburne. Like, it's basically a link pack of any sort of videos that I've done. Some of them are lectures, some of them are tutorials. Anyway, it'll be a good selection of information. And of course, you can continue the journey on the Facebook group, Maria Shell Facebook, Maria Shell Workshop Group on Facebook. But you do need to answer the questions so that Elizabeth knows that you are indeed a student of mine. This is not a normal class for me. It's a little bit different because there are a lot of students and it's a lot of demoing, a lot of information crammed into one 4-hour period. But the other workshops I teach have a little bit more student teacher interaction, and I personally really like that. But this is hopefully it's a way for a lot of people to get some good information for not a lot of money. So I hope everybody enjoyed, or most of you enjoyed, this experience. Any final words, Elizabeth?
Everyone should just make a few and try it. Everyone just jump in, jump in.
Yeah, jump in. I mean, that is seriously the way you learn, is by doing. And this is my method for doing it. But you may find that you've learned about circles and curves from other teachers, and you have your own exploration, and you take a little bit from what I do and put it with a little bit that you do and make it your own for sure. Okay. All righty. Thank you all very much for starting your 2024 quilting year with me. I have very much enjoyed it. So, all right, folks, take care. Bye-bye.